I call this meeting back to order. Welcome to meeting number 134 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, and pursuant to the order of reference on Monday, March 18th, 2024, and the motion adopted on Monday, December 11th, 2024, the committee is meeting to discuss Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to the Standing Order 15.1. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. I'd like to make a few comments for the benefit of the members. Although this room is equipped with a powerful audio system, feedback events can occur. These can be extremely harmful to the interpreters and cause serious injuries. The most common cause of sound feedback is an earpiece worn too close to a microphone. We therefore ask all participants to exercise a high degree of caution when handling the earpieces, especially when your microphone or your neighbor's microphone is turned on. In order to prevent incidents and safeguard the hearing health of our interpreters, I invite the participants to ensure that they speak into the microphone in which their headset is plugged in, and to avoid manipulating the earbuds by placing them on the table away from the microphone when they are not in use. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. For members in the room, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. For members on Zoom, please use the raised hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your patience and understanding in this regard. I believe, Clerk, all virtual witnesses, they've been tested and everything is fine and they're ready to go. So with us today, we have as an individual, we have Mr. Jeffrey Simser, who's a barrister and solicitor. Welcome, Mr. Simser. From the Forum for Leadership on Water, we have a member of that forum, and that is Ralph Pentland. Welcome. And from the Grouping of Professional Mental Health Orders of Quebec, we have Monsieur Félix David Soucy, who's a psychoeducator, and Madame José Landry, who is a guidance counselor. So now you'll have up to 5 minutes each of you to make some opening remarks before we get into the members' questions. So we'll start with Mr. Simser, please.
Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting me to come and share my expertise with the committee. For those of you who don't know me, I'm now retired from the Attorney General after over 30 years, and I was Canada's first Director of Civil Asset Forfeiture. And I'm here to talk about Subdivision A of Bill C-59, that's Sections 278 and onward, specifically changes to the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, Terrorist Financing Act and the Criminal Code. But before I do, I want to just give you a little bit of brief context and history. A company, Silver International, operated out of Unit 303 in a nondescript building in Richmond, BC, the Pacific Business Center. When a search warrant was executed on that unit, police found 2 safes with over $2 million in bundled cash, mostly $20 bills, as well as ledgers chronicling the daily in and out transactions of the enterprise. Silver's video security system was also seized along with an archive of the previous 2 weeks, and that surveillance provided investigators with a very clear picture of what was going on in Silver International. Legitimate customers did come in to access the money service business, or MSB, of Silver, but at that time they were not properly registered as an MSB. They did register later with FinTrack after the warrants were executed, something thankfully that won't happen. It wouldn't happen now in 2024. But legitimate clients would go in and they'd do the standard paperwork, say to exchange currency, they'd show ID, they'd confirm the exchange rate, count the money carefully, and get a receipt, a process that might take 15 minutes. The video archive, however, showed a second group of customers who stayed less than 2 minutes each, just simply dropping a suitcase off in a secure area and leaving immediately. No receipts, no counting. After those clients left, Silver staff would then open and empty the suitcase onto the floor, arraying $10,000 bricks of $20 bills for counting and sorting. Now, the prosecution against Silver and others collapsed on November 22, 2018, when the Crown entered a stay of proceedings. And as with most criminal prosecutions that fail, no public reason was provided. The Crown simply told the court there was no reasonable prospect of conviction. But there was clearly a structural problem with this case. In Canada, prosecutors have a constitutionally mandated duty of disclosure to the defense, and the quantum of that disclosure in a case like this is massive. It's almost hard to conceive of how much there is. There were upwards of 300 law enforcement personnel working on that project at any given time. The disclosure needs to be managed very carefully, both by the police and particularly by the Crown. So, for example, if there's information that might identify a confidential informant or a CI, it must be carefully redacted. Some of that information will be easy to do, for example, the notebook of the CI's handler, but sometimes it's very difficult. It might be a passing reference in a police officer's notebook. The need to protect confidential informants was affirmed in early September 18, 2020, when shots rang out in the parking lot of an elegant but unassuming Japanese restaurant in Garden City, a neighborhood in Richmond. The principal of Silver was murdered. At that scene, dead men tell no tales. The Cullen Commission determined that Silver was laundering at least $220 million a year, and they were a small part of a larger money laundering ecosystem in British Columbia. And there is one redemptive glimmer in this case. The civil forfeiture case is still ongoing, so even though all the criminal charges have gone, there's still some justice being had in BC. So on to my two comments. Bill C-59 once again tinkers with the money laundering offense provisions of 462.31, and I take no issue with this. But the amendments to me allied a more fundamental problem. There is no standalone money laundering offense. The code still requires prosecutors to link the laundering activity to a specific predicate crime. Now, as far as we know, Silver International was a pure third-party money laundering service. They were professional money launderers. And had the prosecution not failed, I'm absolutely certain that defense lawyers would have built a defense around the operator's lack of a direct connection to the drug trade. I'm sure that they would have argued that they were simply helping business people to evade currency controls from the People's Republic of China, something that's not a crime in Canada. My second point is that civil forfeiture law is critical to the fight against money laundering. We have 9 jurisdictions, provinces and territories in Canada with a civil forfeiture law, and any plan, either legislative or operational, to address money laundering must include civil forfeiture. Provinces and territories need to be encouraged to build and strengthen their capacity in this regard, and I will observe to the committee that Canada's Financial Intelligence Unit, FINTRAC, will not provide disclosures directly to a civil forfeiture unit. If a disclosure comes to the unit through the police, FINTRAC are perfectly fine with it being used, but they will not engage directly. And the reason for this has never been clear to me, but I might urge this committee to consider an amendment to the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorist Financing Act to mandate and enable such information sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simser. And now we'll go to the Forum for Leadership on Water. Mr. Penland, please.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Forum for Leadership on Water, or FLOW. I'll be offering a few observations regarding the provisions related to the establishment of the Canada Water Agency. FLOW has been working for over 15 years to help secure the health of Canada's freshwater by bringing together past political leaders, former senior officials from federal and provincial governments, and staff of respected research institutes and non-governmental organizations. I'll say up front that FLOW has been advocating for the agency for over 5 years. We're strong proponents of increased cooperation and collaboration across the Canadian water sector. Individual FLOW members, sometimes while they're within government, sometimes from the outside, have been directly involved in either negotiating or administering virtually every major interjurisdictional water agreement in Canada over the past several decades. Several of our members are also very active in building consensus between Indigenous peoples and others across the sector. Today, the Canadian water sector is facing 3 major inflection points that make enhanced collaboration more important and more urgent than ever. First, it's become clear that climate change is having and will continue to have a much more significant economic, ecological, and social impacts than previously anticipated. At the same time, society is becoming much more aware of Indigenous and other social rights. As a result, transboundary water stewardship is becoming more complex than ever. We definitely need an entity to bring together the various federal, provincial, Indigenous, and local partners to set targets and take concrete action. There are currently over 3,000 water employees scattered across more than 25 federal departments, and well over 100,000 more water employees in other governments, watershed organizations, municipal, agriculture, and industrial groups. Meeting the emerging challenges facing the water sector will require unprecedented collaboration. We believe the agency strikes an appropriate balance between supporting decision makers at all levels and fully respecting all legal and constitutional mandates. Other advantages of a mainly coordinating mandate within the federal system will include dealing more effectively with fragmentation, gaps, and overlaps, and minimizing unrealistic new program expectations. Flow, along with more than 50 other freshwater NGOs, was very active during 3 years of public consultation leading up to the proposed legislation. We believe those consultations identified most of the freshwater issues where improved collaboration will yield significant societal benefits. Regarding the bill itself, we believe the rationale spelled out in the whereas clauses appropriately defines the need. We also believe the rest of the content appropriately balances the requirement for clarity with leaving sufficient flexibility for the agency to evolve in constructive ways over time. I'd be happy to respond to any questions any of you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pentland. And now we'll hear from the grouping of professional mental health orders of Quebec and Monsieur Soucy.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, would like to thank you for this invitation to be here before you before the regroupment of professional mental health orders of Quebec. My name is Félix David Soucy. I'm president of the Quebec Order of Psychoeducators. I'm accompanied by José Landry, Order of the Quebec Guidance Counselors. And we also represent colleagues from the Sex Therapists Association of Quebec, the Criminologist Orders of Quebec, and the Social Workers and Family Therapists of Quebec. The primary mission of Quebec's professional orders is to protect the public. The regroupment is a group of professional associations whose mission is to promote professional development through various mechanisms, such as professional assessment of its members. This is how the orders ensure the quality and the rigor of their members' practice. The orders represented by our group oversee just over 11,000 professionals affected by this bill who provide mental health care and services to the people of Quebec. Of this, nearly 2,500 are in private practice and must now charge their clients provincial and federal taxes, like other professionals in Quebec. This compromises access to services for the population, which is experiencing growing needs, particularly since the COVID-19 pandemic. During this pandemic, the Quebec government formally identified mental health and human relations professions as essential for the contribution they make in providing people with psychological, psychosocial, and mental health care support. We're pleased with the measures announced in Section 137 of Bill C-59 to abolish the GST for psychotherapy and counseling therapies. We're convinced that this measure will give Canadians better access to mental health care and services. In Quebec, our professions have been subject to the Quebec Professional Code since 2012 as professions in the field of mental health and human relations. The legislature has thus reserved for them the exercise of professional activities with a high risk of harm to the public. While some of these professionals hold a psychotherapist license, others hold a license issued by their professional order and provide mental health and counseling services in their respective fields of practice, which are well defined in legislation, namely the Quebec Professional Code. Whether in psychoeducation, guidance, sexology, criminology, or marriage and family therapy, their care and services are unquestionably in the field of mental health and apply to a variety of personal, professional, educational, family, or couple situations. Indeed, if a person is experiencing difficulties integrating the workforce, the guidance counselor will be able to mobilize the person's resources to help them achieve their career aspirations. If an adolescent is experiencing difficulties returning home after a stay in a juvenile detention center, the criminologist can support the individual's reestablishment of social skills. If a family member is in difficulty following a mental health diagnosis, the psychoeducator will mobilize the adaptive capacities of the entire family to help them regain their equilibrium. If a person is questioning his or her gender identity, the sex therapist will support that person in his or her personal journey. If a couple is experiencing relational difficulties as a result of conflict, the marriage and family therapist will work with them to improve communication patterns with the aim of fostering better relationships. As you can see, all these professions, which are governed by the Quebec Professional Code and consequently by a professional order, are entitled to intervene in therapeutic counseling to support the mental health of the population in accordance with the relevant best practices. However, recent information published in Revenue Canada's Notice 335 concerning the proposed change to the exemption for therapeutic counseling services maintains that a person's professional services could be exempt if they have qualifications relevant to those required to obtain a permit or to be authorized to practice their profession in another province. According to this interpretation of the bill, it would be inconsistent and time-consuming for all the organizations involved in such a process to have to ask another Canadian organization to validate a competence already validated by their respective professional licenses. In its current form, the bill would require members of Quebec's professional orders to apply to a regulatory body in a province that regulates the profession of therapeutic counseling, as is in the case in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island, to see if they have the qualifications equivalent to professionals in the province in Quebec. Our professional orders are mandated by law and can act as a regulatory and supervisory body for their professions in Quebec. I'd like to conclude that Quebec has a range of professionals that sets it apart from other provinces. Quebec should not be penalized by having to pay taxes because of this same distinction. This is why we believe that this bill must consider the particularities of Quebec's professional system and be amended to exempt services offered by members of Quebec's professional orders. Mr. Chair, thanks for listening to us, and we'd be available to assist with any future measures relevant to this bill, and we prepare to answer any questions.
And now we're going to get into members' questions. In the first round of questions, each party will have up to 6 minutes to ask the witnesses questions. Members and witnesses be just looking at the time, and we've got an hour for, we have a total for these witnesses, including the remarks. We'll have to see what happens in that second round, if we have enough time to get through a full second round, or if we'll have to truncate that. But right now, we're going to start with MP Helen for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to quickly move two motions. I'm going to try to be as concise as possible, if that's good to you. So the first motion I want to move is, these are both on notice already. The committee report to the House that it calls on the Prime Minister to convene a carbon tax emergency meeting with all of Canada's 14 First Ministers, and that this meeting addresses, 1, the ongoing carbon tax crisis and the financial burden it places on Canadians. Number 2, the Prime Minister's recent 23% carbon tax increase. Number 3, plans for provinces to opt out of the federal carbon tax to pursue other ideas to lower emissions, given that under the government's current environmental plan, Canada now ranks 62 out of 67 countries on the Climate Change Performance Index. That this meeting be publicly televised and held within 5 weeks of this motion being adopted. Just a little bit of background on this. The Prime Minister recently said that he met with the premiers in 2016. A lot has changed since 2016. His poll numbers have tanked. He gave a carve-out to Atlantic Canada, and he left out the rest of Canada. He was proven false on some of his claims about the carbon tax scam by the parliamentary budgeting officer, which he appointed, such as more Canadian families are worse off with this, paying into this carbon tax than what they get in these so-called rebates. For example, in Alberta, a family on average will pay $2,900, and according to the PBO, they will only get back $2,000 in these so-called phony rebates. And same thing with Ontario. An average family will pay $1,600, and they will only get $1,000 back, leaving families worse off. And what else is worse off is the environment. Because, first of all, by admission of the government's own environmental department, they don't even track if the emissions go down with this carbon tax scam. And it's probably because they know it's just like the Prime Minister and not worth the cost. That's why they're not tracking it. Emissions have not gone down either. There's that point. And since 2016, 70% of Canadians and premiers, including a Liberal Premier, Andrew Furey, have asked this Prime Minister to spike the hike, just like our common sense Conservative leader has been saying all along, and call for a carbon tax election. Last I'll say is that he needs to stop hiding, meet with these premiers like they've been asking for, so that they can tell him that we need to scrap this carbon tax scam and get some real policies that a common sense conservative government will bring forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah, on this, or are we going to go right to the questions?
I was,
Oh, I have, yeah.
yeah,
I've got MP Samadi's hand up and also MP Zerwitz's hand.
okay, sure. I'll wait till Mr. Samadi.
Okay, MP Samadi.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à tous. Salut.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to say hello to the guest. As for our position, we're not against any federal provincial discussions to understand everyone's needs, but the motion that's put forward by the opposition today asks that the meeting be used to enable provinces to opt out of the carbon tax program and other responsible initiatives to reduce emissions. However, this plan already exists. The federal system does contain an opting out clause, so province just has to establish its own mechanism for carbon emissions. In Quebec, for instance, we have our own system for the past 10 years, so we're completely exempt from the federal system. So that's our position, and I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Merci, MP Samadi, MP Zerwitz, and then MP Baker after that.
So, Mr. Chair, I wonder whether this motion's actually in scope, given the mandate of the Finance Committee. I know that we tend to have a fairly wide berth, but it seems fairly out of scope. This might be more in scope for our Environment and Climate Change Committee, but I don't think it's one for our Finance Committee meeting. So if we look at our mandate, and I'll just read it into the record, the mandate of the House of Commons Standing Committee of Finance, which is established under Standing Order 108 of the Standing Orders of the House of Commons, is to examine and inquire into all matters referred to it by the House of Commons, to report from time to time, except when the House otherwise orders, to send for papers, persons, records as it operates in accordance with its mandates. Certain standing committees, including the Standing Committee on Finance, are empowered to study and report on all matters related to the mandate, management, and operation of the department or departments of government that are assigned to them from time to time by the House. For the Standing Committee on Finance, these departments include the Department of Finance and the Canada Revenue Agency. So this seems to me out of scope, and I wonder whether we could perhaps ask whether or not this is actually in scope.
Thank you, MP Zerwitz. And we do have a very broad mandate here at Finance, but I will confer, and I'll have an opportunity to do that with the clerk and the analyst, and I will try to inform the committee as best I can. I do have now on that question. I've got MP Baker, then I've got MP Davies, I believe is next after MP Baker, and then MP Morantz.
Thanks, Chair. And so I apologize to our witnesses. I think I think this is the kind of thing that this is the kind of motion that is taking us away from the important business and from the wonderful witnesses we have here today. And so I think it's a shame that it's being brought forward at this time. I think this is the kind of thing that could be done in committee business or something like that, when we don't have witnesses sitting in front of us and people at home watching and waiting to hear what our witnesses have to say. So I'll attempt to be very concise in responding to what Mr. Halan has proposed and said. I think that the first concern I have with this motion is that it calls on the Prime Minister to do something so this motion, is first of all not binding. So no matter how the committee decides to deal with this particular motion, it will have, the Prime Minister will make the decision that he believes is appropriate. The second point I would make is that I think this is, if you read the motion, one of the lines says, after a series of lines that, I would argue misrepresent what carbon pricing is about, that there's that it says that this meeting be publicly televised and held within 5 weeks of this motion being adopted. And I just want to sort of bring to the attention of members and those watching that this committee we're currently just starting conversations with witnesses about Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement. Then presumably there will be a budget brought to this committee. We have a packed agenda. We already have extended the sittings at this committee to accommodate that packed agenda. And so this would inevitably have the effect, if passed, of if brought to this committee, if that's what I understand this to mean, of delaying the work of this committee. The third thing I would say is that, the Prime Minister, if the premiers of the provinces want to meet with the Prime Minister or speak with the Prime Minister, they can do that. They do that all the time. And they have phone conversations, they have meetings in person. To the folks watching at home, if you wanted to, you could simply go on to the Prime Minister's Instagram page or Twitter page or Twitter feed and check it out. It happens all the time. And those conversations happen all the time. So I'm not sure why the Finance Committee would get involved in micromanaging the Prime Minister's schedule and the Premier's schedules. They're capable adults who can get together and meet when they need to and talk when they need to, and they do it all the time in various forms. The other thing I would say is that what the Prime Minister has said from the very beginning was that, and this has been the case for years, that, in fact, I was a member of provincial parliament on Ontario when the federal government was in the process of bringing in carbon pricing. And at the time, the government of Ontario had, under the Liberal government at that time, put in place a cap and trade system, which the subsequent Conservative government decided to cancel, the current Ford government. The way the carbon pricing works federally is that it only has effect in those provinces that don't have their own approaches to fighting climate. So what's happened here is that since the beginning of carbon pricing, since the Prime Minister brought in carbon pricing, every province has had the option of doing as it sees fit to fight climate. And that would allow them to not have the carbon pricing plan that's in place today in place. So if they object to that, they have the option of bringing in other forms of carbon pricing, and they've chosen not to do that. We heard testimony from Premier Moe at one of our other committees, at the OGO committee, where he basically said that they looked at other forms of other schemes to fight climate, and that the carbon pricing, the current carbon pricing, federal carbon pricing, was actually the least costly. So I suppose that the Conservative position is that we should bring the Conservative opposition to carbon pricing and their desire to have premiers come here to talk about it, or the premiers meet with the Prime Minister to talk about it, I should say, is a sign that they want to, number one, take us away from the important business of this committee and reviewing the legislation that people want, that these witnesses have come to speak to. I would point out that this legislation has a tremendous amount of important things in place for businesses and for workers, and I'm sure we will hear that from our witnesses throughout the day today. So these types of motions that are in place that have been put forward today are meant to as delay tactics and to take us away from that business. And the second thing I would say is that the sorry, Mr. Chambers, did you have something you wanted to? No, just okay. So, Chair, I believe I have the floor. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure. So I think that the other thing I would say is that the carbon pricing scheme that's been put in place, provinces can choose to do something else if they so choose to, and they can choose to pick up the phone to the Prime Minister if they so choose to. So I don't know why the Finance Committee would get into micromanaging the Prime Minister's and the Premier's schedules. I also would point out that what's in this motion around the Conservative motion on this is not accurate, and it says here under number 3 plans that in the meeting they address plans for provinces to opt out of the federal carbon tax to pursue other ideas to lower emissions. The provinces have had that option from the very beginning. Like, the Conservatives are calling on something that the Prime Minister put in place years ago when I was still in provincial office. That's how long ago that was. And the province. So if the provinces want to have a different form of fighting climate, they can do that. If they don't want to fight climate, that's a problem for all of us and for future generations. And that's why it's so important that we have some sort of plan to fight climate change. So it sounds to me like the Conservatives don't believe in fighting climate change, because even some of the premiers who've come forward to the OGO committee, who the Conservatives themselves invited to the OGO committee, have said that the current carbon pricing that we have in place is the least costly approach. So it sounds like the Conservatives are saying we shouldn't fight climate change. And I think that's particularly insulting, given some of the folks who we have before us here today. The last thing I would say is that, I don't know what's happened to the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Chair. even in the past, like these gentlemen who are here today, members of the Conservative Caucus who are here at this committee, they ran on a platform to put in place carbon pricing. And the former Conservative Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, has even spoken about the value of carbon pricing. The former Conservative Prime Minister, our last Conservative Prime Minister, spoke about that. And so I don't know what's happened to the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Chair. They've completely parted ways with even the policies and the ideology of Mr. Stephen Harper and the Prime Minister Stephen Harper. When they, a recent example of that is how they've consistently voted against supporting Ukraine. Consistently. Against free trade, against funding for military aid to Ukraine, against the funding required to support the Ukrainians who are here in Canada when we need our support. And the list goes on. And so we know why this is. This is because there's a far-right MAGA movement, a pro-Putin wing of the Conservative Party. But now we have them taking every action possible to delay actions that are good for businesses and for workers and to delay action on fighting climate. So that's my question, is what has happened to the Conservative Party of Canada, Mr. Chair? But we'll be opposing this motion.
Thank you for that, MP Baker. I'm going to go to MP Davies. I just want to say to the witnesses, and we have a diverse group of witnesses here, and we want, and they made a compelling remarks, their opening remarks, and I'm sure we wanted to and want to get to questions, and time is ticking. And also, I wanted to welcome our newly minted permanent member of Finance Committee, MP Don Davies. And we wanted to bring you in a different way, and when you were going to open up with your questions for the members, not on a motion like this, but right into the Fez. And but I just want to say welcome, and Vancouver Kingsway, correct?
That's right.
Is the great riding of Vancouver Kingsway, MP Davies, and I know you will enrich and bring a lot to this committee. So MP Davies on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that may be the last applause I get at this committee. I'm going to enjoy it while I get it. No, it's a real pleasure to join all of you, all of my colleagues at this esteemed committee. And I'm just going to go on the record briefly because all the other parties have, and I would feel left out if I didn't make a few remarks. I guess what it strikes me is that this motion is aspirational. It is non-binding, as Mr. Baker pointed out. It calls on the government to do something, and that's not outside the parameter of what committees have done in other ways. The committees often speak. We are the masters of our own business, and so if we do want to give advice to government, whether or not it's binding or not, I think, even though it may or may not be wise in some cases, I think it's certainly within the ambit of our business. I also would point out that this motion before us is similar, if not identical, to a motion that's being moved in the House today, I understand. So in some ways it's a little bit redundant, but on the other hand you could say that it's consistent with what is being done in the House, but I think that should be noted. I guess what strikes me is that at the heart of it, what this motion does is it does point out that Canadians are facing two crises. One crisis is the climate crisis, and the second crisis is an economic one. And we do live in a federation, and that requires, I think, a full court press from all jurisdictions and levels of government, particularly if we're going to make progress on those two very important crises. We're going to need the feds and the provinces working together. The motion is a little bit loaded. I think we can all acknowledge that. We all have our own positions on the proper way to deal with the climate crisis, or frankly, how serious or not it might be. But I think at the heart of it, this motion calls for a meeting, and it calls for a meeting to address those two crises. The three main elements are to address the carbon tax, to address its economic implications, and to address options, if there are any, to lower emissions. And while the motion does sort of lean in terms of what the authors would prefer that way, I think there are calling on the government to have a meeting to discuss these issues where there's a full-throated examination and defense. And I know that, as I said, this motion takes it illustrates and foreshadows a little bit of its positions. It seems to indicate that the carbon tax is not working as intended, or has implications or impacts that are deleterious. There's an equal and opposite argument to be made against that. Mr. Baker made a number of them. So I know that I would also, I have to point out that the first carbon tax that ever was brought in British Columbia was brought in by a small C conservative government. They were called Liberals, the Liberal government of Gordon Campbell, but they were notionally a center-right government that brought in carbon tax. I can also point out that I think the carbon tax has not been as effective as we would like it to be in reducing emissions. So I think there's a little bit of there's a little bit of truth in on all sides of this, and I think calling on the government to have a discussion where we can, in public, debate these important issues is in a federated manner is not. I think it could have some benefit. So we're going to support this motion in the committee here, as we will support the similar motion in the House today. Thanks.
Thank you, MP Davies. We're just going to
all
suspend
downhill
at this
after that.
time. Yeah, and we'll suspend at this time just so I can confer again with the clerk and the analyst. We're back, and after speaking with the clerk and the analysts, well, one thing I just want to bring to everybody's attention is that this motion is identical to a motion that's before the House today. And depending on what happens at the House, that if this motion were to pass here and then go to the House, it could be ruled out of order by the Speaker because it's already been dealt with. So that's what would happen because it's identical to what is before the House today. But we are going to continue with the motion. I do have a speakers list, and but just so everybody is aware of kind of where we stand right now. And hopefully we can get through this quickly and get to our, like I said, our excellent witnesses that are before us so we can get to some of the members' questions. And members, if you do have questions and we don't have a lot of time, maybe you can pose those to the witnesses, and the witnesses in writing can also send those answers in to the clerk and to our committee. So I've got MP Morantz and MP Lawrence and MP Zarowitz on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this motion is eminently reasonable. We have 70% of Canadians are opposed to the carbon tax. We have 7 out of 10 premiers who have spoken about axing the tax and spiking the hike. Even in Manitoba, we have Premier Canoe, an NDP premier who has expressed misgivings about the carbon tax and wants to work on a Manitoba, Made in Manitoba program. So I think it's very reasonable when you have premiers asking to come to a parliamentary committee. It should be really a no-brainer, particularly the Finance Committee, where we consider things like taxes. And we're just simply not doing our job, ignoring our responsibility, in fact, if we don't allow these premiers to come here to speak. And also, but aside from that, on this particular motion about convening a meeting with the premiers of Canada, again, it's a very reasonable issue. Canadians are suffering under the constant increases in taxes that this government keeps bringing in, most recently on April 1st, despite all of our strenuous efforts to ask the Prime Minister to not go forward with continually increasing taxes on Canadians at the very time that they can least afford it. He continued to do it despite their will. And I would point out, by the way, with respect to Premier Canoe, you know what the first thing that Premier Canoe did after he got elected in October, Mr. Chair? He put a pause on the provincial gas tax of 14 cents a litre. If you go to Manitoba now, gas is 14 cents a litre cheaper. Why did he do that? He did it because, like many other premiers, in fact, many other world leaders, Mr. Chair, he did it because he understood that Canadians are having a hard time affording things right now. So I think it's incumbent on this committee to listen to the will of Canadians through their provincial elected representatives and have a meeting of Canada's 14 First Ministers in order to address this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
MP Morantz, I have MP Lawrence, MP Zarowitz, and then whatever remaining time I'm going to divide up by the parties, but there's not going to be much. Okay, MP Lawrence.
I'll be brief because I wanted to hear from these witnesses, Mr. Chair. I think this debate in many ways is validation that we need to have this national dialogue between our premiers and our prime ministers and our prime minister. And so let's just get to a vote.
Okay, I've got, thank you, I've got MP Zerowitz, and next.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I just thought it'd be important to put a couple of things on the record. And then I did also want to address maybe one comment that Mr. Davies had mentioned. The first thing I think is really important, because I think there's confusion when you look at this motion. There's confusion between the affordability crisis we have here in Canada and the price on pollution or the carbon tax. And unfortunately, the Conservatives have not been honest with Canadians. The carbon tax has not caused the affordability crisis in this country. The reason food and housing prices have gone up is because we've had inflation. It is because we've had inflation. It's not just in Canada, it is around the world. There's been a huge increase in inflation. And so the carbon tax has not contributed to why Canadians are lining up at food banks. It is not at all the case. It is because we've had inflation. It is because we've had a huge increase in food and rental costs. The second thing I want to mention is that in the part 2 or number 2 of this motion, it talks about the recent increase in the carbon tax or the price on pollution. What it doesn't do is it doesn't mention the rebates that more than covers and makes Canadians whole for 8 out of 10 Canadians. So I wanted to point that out. And lastly, as my colleague Yvonne said very eloquently, in terms of the number 3 here, plans for provinces to opt out of the federal carbon tax, all provinces are invited to come up with their own plan on how they're going to reduce their emissions. And so we don't need a motion to be able to say that. That has been on the table forever. What I would say to you is, this is a personal thing, I would love to see all of the First Ministers come together with our Prime Minister to talk about what their fully costed and independently analyzed plan on how their province is going to reduce emissions that will meet the national target. I would love to see that. But that's not what this motion says at all, Mr. Hallam. So that would be a very positive development. And just so you know, we don't need this motion right now. That's already an invitation to all provincial premiers to actually they can create their own plan on how they can actually reduce emissions and meet our overall national emissions targets. So I think that's it for me. And if there's no one else after me, I would suggest perhaps we go to a vote, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Zerowitz. I don't see any other hands, so Clerk, if you can call the vote.
Mr. Baker.
Opposed.
Mr. Betzist.
Opposed.
Mr. Weiler.
Against.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Opposed.
Ms. Thompson.
Opposed.
Mr. Chambers.
Oui.
Mr. Hallan.
In favor.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
Mr. Morans.
Yes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Contre.
Mr. Davies.
Oui.
Yes pour 5-5, nays contre 6-6.
Okay, it's defeated. So now we'll get to our witnesses. And members, we've not done this before, but, because we have 7 minutes left for these witnesses, what I'm going to ask is that each of the parties will have about a minute or two to ask you some questions. But I'm going to ask the witnesses, if you do have the availability, the time, that you would just take kind of a back seat. We're going to let the next panel of witnesses come forward. But if members of our committee do have questions for you, they will call upon you, and you will come to the table to be able to answer those questions. If the witnesses are okay with that, I'm just looking for a kind of a. That means that over the next hour, that you would be here. Okay, thank you. And MP Chambers.
I'd provide UC to allow a full round if that's okay with the rest of the committee.
Well, what that will be unfair then to the other panels because of this motion that we've been going on for almost an hour. We've been pushed back by an hour, MP Chambers. So that's why we can't do that. It would be great if we could just make up time, but that's not possible. So on that, we will start with MP Hallan. You've got 2 minutes. Okay, MP Morans, 2 minutes, please.
Mr. Simpson, thank you for your patience. 2 minutes isn't nearly enough time to really cover the kind of ground I think we should be covering with someone like you. So I just want to ask you, I guess the best question I can ask is, what can the federal government do to strengthen our money laundering laws? I know you mentioned that there's no individual standalone charge for money laundering. I know in the past you've talked about the unexplained wealth orders, things like that. Could you just give us a minute or so on what should this government be doing to strengthen our laws so we can get more convictions and get this problem under control?
Thank you. A really good question. I'll be really brief in my response. I think it's not so much about the laws and the statutes. Canada's reputation has consistently been as a country with strong laws and poor implementation. So for me, the key thing to do is to improve implementation. There's a financial crime agency. Hopefully that comes in the right way. There needs to be a lot of cooperation between federal, provincial, and municipal, particularly law enforcement and police. We need to pull all these things together. There are some gaps in the civil forfeiture system. There are 2 provinces with unexplained wealth orders. Fantastic tool. There's some incredible cases right now happening in BC, and those kinds of things need to be expanded. So it's really about resourcing and implementation, I think, that is the key to your question. Thank you.
So you did mention that you would like to see a standalone offense, though. That would be a legislative change, would it not?
Right now, what has to happen is a prosecutor has to not only prove money laundering, but a second crime and link the 2 together. So what I'm suggesting is that where you have a professional money launderer, that they can be simply prosecuted for what they're doing, even though they're divorced from the crime itself.
And is it not? Okay.
That's the time. MP Weiler, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank our witnesses for being here today and for their patience as well. I do want to continue along the line with questions for Mr. Simpson here. You mentioned something very briefly that I wanted to touch on, and that's about the ability of FINTRAC to communicate directly with law enforcement. I was hoping you might be able to expand a little bit on that.
Sure. So FINTRAC does have the ability to speak to police and to prosecutors, but they do not, for whatever reason, speak directly to civil forfeiture authorities. So what happens is if a case comes into civil forfeiture, they may have a police brief that may include a FINTRAC disclosure, but it'll be dated, and there's no real-time sharing of information. And in this world, that's really critically important. The other thing that happens in the same space is that financial institutions, if they identify a money launderer and they kick them out of the bank, they can't tell other banks. All they can do is tell FINTRAC, unless there's fraud. So they can literally watch the money launderer walk across the street from the Bank of Montreal to the Royal Bank and just start all over again, and they don't have any legal ability to warn the chief anti-money laundering officer of the Royal Bank that there's a problem. So there's another issue in the same kind of space, which is private-to-private information.
Thank you. And in your response to Mr. Morantz, you mentioned and in your opening about the need for a standalone money laundering offense and the reason why. But obviously in the legislation that we're talking about today, C-59, there are a number of changes that are made to the money laundering offense, particularly around recklessness. As well as layering on changes that were brought in the budget last year on structuring transactions. And I was hoping you might be able to speak to the impact that may be able to have on making it more effective in tackling money laundering.
Yeah, I think both changes are excellent. On the structuring offense, I think it'll be very, very difficult to prosecute. So what you have is you're going to have to prove that someone knew that there was a FINTRAC reporting requirement and they were deliberately evading it. But this has happened. There's been lots of prosecutions in the United States since 1986. And so I think really what it comes down to in that instance is training of police officers particularly, so that they know what kind of evidence a prosecutor is going to need to make the case. And it's the same with the substantive money laundering offense. You need those specialized investigators who really understand what kind of evidentiary record needs to be adduced to get to a successful prosecution.
And now we'll go to MP Sainte-Marie, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry that we've spent an hour to debate a motion that's going to be taking place in the House on such an important issue. With C-59 is very important. Thank you, Mr. Soucy, for coming here, and I would also like to say hello to Ms. Landry. In C-59, In Section 57, it talks about removing GST for different types of councils. You're saying in Quebec, there's a fear that this will not apply to Quebec. The CRA published Notice 357 says if they are equivalent criteria from another province, that could apply to them. But that individually, each profession will have to go to New Brunswick in order to be recognized. That doesn't make sense. So what you're suggesting is that the committee adopt an amendment to specify and to maintain the spirit of the section, and that GST will not apply to these services in Quebec, and it will not be required to go to other provinces for accreditation as advised by CRA. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond on behalf of the regroupement. Yes, Mr. Saint-Marie, we want Quebec's professionals to be recognized at the outset, that they have the competency equal to that of other provinces, and therefore they should be exempt from GST and the Quebec sales check as well for professional services that they provide to Quebecers. And the easiest way to do this is to adopt an amendment rather than having finance going back to the CRA that goes back to Revenue Quebec. Is that what you're saying? Yes, that's quite right. You're quite right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now we're going.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pentland, the Department of the Environment Act presently identifies Environment and Climate Change Canada as the lead federal department on all matters relating to water that are not assigned to any other department. And of course, Bill C-59 enacts the Canada Water Agency Act, which would establish the Canada Water Agency as a standalone entity on this matter. In what ways would the Canada Water Agency be more effective as the lead on fresh water than is the current situation?
Yes, so the Minister of the Environment would also be the minister responsible for the Canada Water Agency. Right now, there's, as I said before, there's 3,000 or more employees across the federal government in the water field. There's about 1,000 of those are in Environment Canada, and they're all meeting their own legitimate responsibilities, and the other 2,000 in other departments are all meeting their responsibilities, but they're not meeting them together in the most effective way. So the main thing is the agency would be to bring everybody together in the federal government, common policies, eliminate gaps, overlaps, fragmentation, and also work better with everybody else in the water sector, from other governments, private sector, farmers, municipalities, bring everybody together. Right now, we need all hands on deck to deal with climate change and Indigenous rights and other emerging issues which are critically important right now.
Thank you. Monsieur Soucy, j'ai besoin d'apprendre français, mais je vais poser.
I'm going to be asking my question in English. I need to improve my French, though.
It's currently pay out of pocket for psychotherapy and counseling therapy. And how impactful will the removal of GST-HST be on clients in helping them access services? Madame Landry.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We calculated that on average, a consultation for an individual is about $100 for a consultation, which would represent, if we left, let's say the person is consulting 4 times a month, once a week, you could say, just a minute here, I'm going to get my notes here. Pardon me, Mr. Chair. That's about 5,000 hours of consultation if you're calculating just the professionals that we are representing today. 5,000 hours of consultation, which would mean that would come to about 20 hours of consultation per professional by week.
Davies and members, so we are going to suspend as we transition now to our second panel of witnesses, and we're going to ask this first panel of witnesses to stick around because members still may have questions for you. MP Johnson, just before I suspend, did you have something?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd like to ask for unanimous consent, Chair, from my colleagues that we all agree that the second panel, we give them the full hour for our witnesses for questions.
Members?
I'm not really.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, if we have unanimous consent not to disturb the panel and allowing the witnesses and the members to ask the panel questions, then we will not be able to disturb and allow for the witnesses to receive questions. Okay, okay, there is no consent. Okay, and we're suspended now. we're back. I know it's a little rushed, but we've got to try to get back on track here and make up some time. Oh, yeah, okay, great. So we do have all of our witnesses here, and our previous panel, those witnesses are still with us, and we thank them for that. And if you do have questions for them, we'll let you ask them to come to the table and pose your question to one of those witnesses. But with us right now, before us, we have the Canadian Credit Union Association. It's Vice President and Government Relations, Mr. Michael Hatch is with us. Welcome. From the Quebec Environmental Law Centre, we have the competition law researcher, Julien Bouliot. And clerk, thank you for helping with the pronunciation, which I'm sure I didn't get right here. And from Pathways Alliance, Vice President of Government Relations and Public Policy, Mr. Mark Cameron. So we're going to hear just some opening remarks, and we'll start with Mr. Hatch, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Député, thank you for inviting me to speak at this committee today. My name is Michael Hatch. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations with the Canadian Credit Union Association. Our members manage almost $600 billion worth of assets, and we serve nearly 11 million Canadians. Over 2,000 credit union locations. We are, as many of you will know, the only financial institution with a physical presence in nearly 400 communities across Canada, many of whom represent it here today. Credit unions and regional centrals employ over 30,000 Canadians and provide full service financial services while being fully Canadian owned. We're pleased to appear today to comment on Bill C-59, which contains many measures of importance to our sector and to Canadians. First of all, we were extremely pleased to see in last year's budget an update to the definition of credit union in the Income Tax Act. The current definition, too often enforced by CRA, dates from the early 1970s. So that makes it older than a lot of people in this room. It's no longer remotely relevant for today's world, and it's had negative tax consequences for cooperatively owned financial institutions in recent years. Last year's budget proposed language that will solve this problem, and we urge Parliament to pass this as soon as possible. We're also pleased to see in last year's budget and in this bill expanded membership options for credit unions in Payments Canada. Furthermore, this bill also contains significant reforms, and we'll hear more from my colleagues, I gather, to competition law in Canada. These are largely necessary and should enhance competition and consumer protection, and are part of a broader global shift towards enhanced competition law. However, in our sector, there's an important nuance that must be pointed out. Credit unions, as many of you will know, provide some of the only real competition that exists in financial services in this country. Bill C-59 contains, among other things, significant reforms to the merger review process. Normally, mergers and consolidation are associated with decreased competition. In our sector, the opposite is true. Can't underline this enough. Credit unions have been consolidating for decades, and this trend will continue. Far from reducing competition, consolidation has allowed the sector to continue to provide the only competition that exists for the large banks. The recent acquisition of HSBC by RBC will negatively impact competitive landscape for financial services in Canada, as these are two massive entities. The partnership of two or more small, cooperatively owned financial institutions that come together to share costs and increase scale allow them to continue competing with the RBCs and HSBCs of this world. It is our hope, therefore, that a more robust merger review process will not hinder the further consolidation that will be required in the years to come in the credit union sector. We urge members of this committee and all parliamentarians to pursue a legislative regime that allows credit union consolidation to continue, as this is consistent with enhanced competition in Canadian financial services. As federal policymakers, members on this committee have a key role to play in ensuring a regulatory and legislative environment that fosters the competition that the Canadian financial services sector so desperately needs. Far too often, policy coming out of Ottawa towards our sector takes into account the needs, scale, and structure of the large banks. This has had very negative impacts on the credit union sector over the years. By working towards a federal legislative regime that allows credit unions to grow and thrive, we can be part of the solution to the ongoing cost of living pressures faced by millions of Canadians. Passing this bill at the earliest opportunity will help a great deal in this. Thank you again so much for your attention. I look forward to the testimony of my fellow panelists and to your questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hatch. And now we'll hear from Monsieur Beaulieu from the Quebec Environmental Law Centre.
Bonjour. Merci.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing from me. My notes will be about greenwashing and more specifically about Section 236 of Bill C-59. Greenwashing occurs when an organization makes false or misleading representations about the environmental characteristics of a product, a brand, an activity, or the organization itself. Greenwashing can relate to a number of environmental characteristics such as recyclability, greenhouse gas emissions, or impacts on biodiversity. The most common forms of greenwashing include purely false statements, vague and generic statements such as the use of ambiguous words like green or sustainable, selective claims which represent positive environmental characteristics without mentioning their negative aspects. This is known as cherry-picking, statements that are not supported by sufficient evidence, and forward-looking statements that are not supported by a concrete plan of action. Greenwashing has harmful consequences for citizens and the Canadian economy. For instance, it prevents consumers from making informed choices, it gives offending companies an unfair competitive advantage, and prevents genuine environmental leaders from gaining recognition. Furthermore, greenwashing erodes consumer confidence and reduces incentives for companies to innovate in order to provide products that are less damaging to the environment. Section 236 of the bill proposes to tackle greenwashing by requiring companies making claims about the benefits of a product for their protection of the environment.
On vous demande Oh, pardon.
Merci.
OK. Comme ça, ici, c'est mieux?
Is this better? Yes. As I was saying, Section 236 of the bill proposes to tackle greenwashing by requiring companies making claims about the benefits of a product for the protection of the environment or the mitigation of the environmental and ecological effects of climate change to perform sufficient tests prior to their claims. In other words, we want to compel companies that decide to promote their good environmental performance to have proof of what they claim. Although this article is a step forward, and that's important, it has four major limitations and will miss its target if it's not improved. First of all, Article 236 would only apply to declarations relating to products, thus excluding those related to a brand, an activity, or an organization. However, as the Competition Commissioner acknowledged in a letter sent to you, many cases of greenwashing, such as those involving companies' net zero targets, do not relate to specific products. We therefore recommend broadening the scope of Articles 236 to cover all corporate environmental declarations, regardless of their purpose. Secondly, Section 236 would not require companies to disclose to the public the evidence supporting their statements, except in the event of a lawsuit. Without disclosure, it will be difficult for consumers to quickly check, for example, by looking at a product's packaging, to determine whether a company really has proof of what it claims or to know what it means when it says the product is green or sustainable. Other jurisdictions, such as France and California, already impose disclosure obligations on companies making environmental declarations. We're suggesting that Canada adopt the same type of obligation. Thirdly, Section 236 would only cover statements relating to the protection of the environment or the mitigation of the environmental and ecological effects of climate change. This overly restrictive wording risks exempting certain environmental claims from the application of Section 236, such as those on the restoration of the environment as opposed to its protection, or on the mitigation of the causes of climate change as opposed to its effects. To rectify the situation, we propose to broaden the scope of Section 230, Articles 236 to cover all environmental performance claims. Thirdly, Section 236 does not prohibit selective disclosure. Namely, when a company attempts to extol the positive aspects of its environmental performance without also disclosing the less glowing aspects. For example, a company might promote its reduction in GHG emissions, but not specify that these were achieved by destroying ecosystems. Companies are not obliged to promote their environmental performance. However, this decision comes with the obligation to paint a complete picture of reality, not to just cherry-pick the facts that benefit us while concealing those that make us look bad. We therefore propose amending Section 236 to expressly prohibit selective statements. In our view, these four proposals would significantly improve the effectiveness of Bill C-59 and achieve its objectives of combating greenwashing, a deceptive business practice that is likely to exist in all sectors of the Canadian economy. Sometimes these are difficult to identify. Furthermore, we believe that the federal parliament's jurisdiction in this area is clear and established. Thank you.
Hear from Pathways Alliance. Mr. Cameron, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honourable members. I am pleased to be speaking to you today on behalf of the Pathways Alliance. Pathways Alliance represents Canada's 6 largest oil sands producers: Canadian Natural, Cenovus, ConocoPhillips Canada, Imperial, Meg Energy, and Suncor. Together, our 6 companies operate 95% of Canada's oil sands production. The oil sands sector accounts for about 3% of Canada's total GDP and supports 255,000 direct and indirect jobs. Last year, the sector contributed over $20 billion in taxes and royalties to all levels of government in Canada. We are proud of our contribution to the Canadian economy, but we also acknowledge that we are significant greenhouse gas emitters. That's why in 2021, our 6 companies came together to make a joint commitment to achieve net zero from our operations by 2050. Our industry has made significant progress in reducing emissions already. We've reduced our emissions intensity, or emissions per barrel, by 23% between 2009 and 2022. But to go further in reducing emissions to achieve the kinds of ambitious reduction goals that Canada has set for 2030 and the ultimate goal of net zero by 2050, we will need not simply incremental improvements, but step changes in new technology. And that's why our 6 companies are not only committed to long-term emissions reductions, but we are collaborating on what would be one of the world's largest carbon capture and storage networks in northern Alberta. The Pathways project would involve installing carbon capture units on 14 different oil sands projects, building a 400-kilometer-long pipeline from Fort McMurray to south of Cold Lake, and then storing the carbon dioxide from those 14 sites deep underground in saline aquifers. Carbon capture is the only currently available technology to reduce emissions from oil sands operations in absolute terms between now and 2030. Other technologies, whether small modular reactors or increased use of solvents in oil sands extraction or the use of hydrogen for steam generation, may be possible in the longer term, but they're not commercially available today. Unfortunately, carbon capture is extremely expensive and is frankly not economic without partnership between industry and federal and provincial governments. That is why we are strong supporters of the concept of the investment tax credits for CCS and other clean technologies. We were pleased when the government first announced their intent to move forward with the ITCs in Budget 2021 and have followed this proposal closely until it was ultimately tabled as part of Bill C-59. We would strongly urge the committee and the House to pass this legislation this spring to allow the CCS projects to start, not only in our sector but in other sectors across Canada. However, we need to be clear that the proposed legislation still presents significant challenges. We have proposed a number of important changes, which we have submitted both to Finance Canada and to this committee. I can't go into all the issues now, but let me mention a few of the matters that we see as most critical. First, in our view, the rate reduction after 2030, effectively reducing the ITCs in half, is too steep and too fast. There are significant schedule risks to being able to get a 400-kilometer-long pipeline and 14 capture projects costing over $16 billion from off the drawing board to in service within 6 years. If there are delays for any reason, regulatory or legal challenges, labor shortages, supply chain challenges, companies may miss the 2030 deadline and therefore lose half of the available ITC. At a minimum, we think those projects that are under construction before 2030 should be able to receive the full ITC rate until the project is complete. Second, Bill C-59 states that the ITCs would only become available when equipment is acquired, not when expenses are incurred. Again, given supply chain and other challenges, we think this is a difficult requirement. Companies cannot make hundreds of millions of dollars in expenditure decisions without knowing when those expenditures will be eligible for the ITC and whether they will get the full rate at that time. Third, we are concerned about the provisions that allow ITCs to be clawed back if the ownership of carbon capture infrastructure changes hands, even if the infrastructure is still being used for its intended purposes. This could pose challenges if oil sands facilities change ownership, or even if we were to bring in Indigenous partners as equity owners of CCS infrastructure. We think it should be clear that ITCs will not be clawed back as long as CCS infrastructure is still used for carbon capture. There are a number of other important issues which we raised, which we'll outline more fully in our brief, such as the definition of refurbishment expenses versus development expenses, the role of the Minister of Natural Resources versus the Minister of National Revenue in looking at future clawbacks, and several other important issues. I want to make clear that we believe this legislation should still move forward, even if we can't address these issues right now. But we do believe that for the ITCs to achieve their intended effect, we will have to deal with these questions, either now or in the future, before projects are able to receive final investment decisions. With that, I thank you for your time and look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. And now we are going to move into members' question time. And in this first round, each party will have up to 6 minutes to ask these witnesses questions, and also the former panel's witnesses questions if you have them. So we're starting with the Conservatives. I believe it's MP Lawrence. Yes? Okay,
Thank you,
MP
Mr.
Lawrence for 6 minutes.
Thank you, and interesting testimony by all parties here. My questions will focus around Mr. Hatch. Of course, there were a number of proposals that were included in the fall economic statement regarding financial services. Conservatives, of course, believe that competition is the key in the economy in order to deliver better services, more efficient, more effective services for the consumer and for the end user. And so a couple of the proposals that Conservatives have been calling for many, many years were real-time rail, as well as increased membership to the Payments Canada, as well as open banking. We, of course, in the fall economic statement, despite many promises before, the actual framework for open banking did not come into place, but that's supposed to be in the budget coming up on April 16th. So with that in mind, does the credit union have any thoughts with respect to what that open banking framework should look like?
Yeah, well, that's a multi-pronged question, but I appreciate it. I'll do my best to be efficient. Open banking, yes. I mean, we've been working on this since at least 2018 under previous Minister Morneau, who launched the first process on this, and we've been, working and waiting since then for some kind of federally regulated, legislated framework on open banking. Our most important objective as a credit union sector in that has been that credit unions should have the ability, the opportunity, but not the obligation to participate in an open banking framework, just recognizing the different differing needs of 200 smaller cooperatively owned financial institutions. So that has been reflected in most of the work that we have seen come out of finance and the government so far, and we obviously await eagerly next week's budget to see what that's going to look like from a legislative point of view. Now, as we know, budgets are legislated over a long time horizon. Here we are in April 2024 talking about budget 2023. So if the open banking components of this year's budget are in the second budget bill in the fall, then there's a good chance that goes into next year. And of course, that gets up into the opportunity of being disrupted by an election. Obviously, we have no control over the timing of that. But depending on what happens in the next 12 to 15 months legislatively with open banking, whether or not it indeed passes into law, the framework that the minister is set to propose next week, we would hope that if there were an election or if there was any delay related to that whoever is successful in that election and running the country after the fact takes that into account and doesn't impose any further delays, because it has been since 2018 that we've been waiting, and obviously there's been a pandemic and lots of other issues in the interim that the government has had to deal with, but we would hope that it would be a priority for whoever comes into power after the next election.
I would agree wholeheartedly. So I think you've said relatively clearly, look across to our government members here, that the hope is that it's implemented quickly. As I believe, and maybe you could comment on this briefly, we're falling behind many of our other OECD peer nations with respect to open banking and legislation. I believe the UK has it in place as well as many other.
There are other
jurisdictions that have implemented open banking. I mean, our reality is different in Canada with how our federation works. Of course, not every national government out there has the same federal provincial dynamics. Of course, that are an ever-present reality in Canada, and we are provincially regulated financial institutions for the most part. So that does impose a certain layer of complexity to it. But yeah, it's been since 2018. So. You know, we've done our work, and we've consulted heavily with the Department of Finance and with the minister and her team, and it's been very productive. But it's time to get it over the goal line now, I would say.
And so, related but different, when we talk about membership to Payments Canada and also the advent of the real-time rail, maybe you could briefly comment on the advantages that would have for your credit union members.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're supportive of the expanded membership options, as I mentioned in my opening remarks for Payment Canada for credit unions. That's not necessarily going to be a realistic option for all provincially regulated financial institutions, but it will give a certain segment of our membership more options with regards to access to Bank of Canada liquidity facilities and other things. Real-time rail is another important process for the sector, and sort of like open banking, it's dragged its feet a little bit over the last number of years, and there are concerns with regards to the uncertainty of the timing of when that will be implemented. We're hoping for some further clarity next week on that in the budget, and perhaps some further direction from the government on where they see that rolling out over the next couple of years.
Thank you, Mr. Hatch. I have about 40 seconds left or so. Maybe if there are any other irritants or barriers that are preventing you from competing against the banks and providing additional choice to consumers, maybe in the last 10 seconds you could provide.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'll just repeat what I said earlier about the nuance with regards to consolidation and mergers in the credit union sector. We need to be able to continue to consolidate to provide competition. So it's a little bit counterintuitive. Usually consolidation equals less competition. And that's what people assume. In our sector, again, the opposite is true, because we need to be able to continue to consolidate in order to provide the competition to the large banks in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lawrence. Now to MP Zerwitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all the witnesses for being with us here today. I particularly want to say thank you for asking our committee to move with haste to implement C-59. I think it's a very important message. I think we are trying to move as quickly as we can. And maybe just following that theme, my first question is to Mr. Cameron. The U.S. Inflation Reduction Act was passed into law within 2 months from the timeline from the introduction of the bill to royal assent. Our bill has been in our House for twice as long. How important is the quick passage of this bill in your decarbonization efforts as well as investments, and how important is it for Canada to remain competitive in the global market?
No, I think it's a good point. I mean, the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act was not only passed within 2 months, but the ITC was first talked about in Budget 2021, then it was talked about again in Budget 2022. There were 2 rounds of draft legislation, so it's been a 3-year process to get this to the state that it's at now. We think it is important to be passed this year. We have timelines to achieve emissions reduction targets by 2030, and it will frankly be impossible if we don't have all the fiscal pieces in place. And I should say that the ITCs are not the only fiscal piece that has to be in place. There's contracts for differences, there's provincial programs such as the Alberta Carbon Capture Incentive Program, but we need to have that fiscal package in place this year if these projects are going to meet their 2030 timelines. And in terms of global competitiveness, this is an important piece of the puzzle. I would say that the Inflation Reduction Act and some of the incentives available in the European Union or countries such as the UK and Norway are actually much more generous than Canada's are. Even with these investment tax credits, we're still not fully competitive with our international peer jurisdictions. So this is an important piece of the puzzle, but it is not everything we need, and not only for our sector, but I think if there are people here from steel or cement and others, they would say the same thing.
I appreciate that. So I'm hearing urgency, and I'm also hearing sort of predictability as well. And I think we've laid out on pages 51 and 52 sort of our delivery timeline as well as implementation. I think we need to stay on track on that. How do you feel about the federal government's ITC's generosity or credit rate compared to other provincial jurisdictions?
I mean, the headline rate, the 50% ITC for carbon capture, 37.5% for carbon capture pipelines. I think it's 60% for direct air capture. The headline rates are generous. They compare with what's available in other jurisdictions. The challenge is there are a lot of details in the legislation that may make it hard to achieve those headline rates. So if we can't, if projects are delayed beyond 2030, or if we can't get equipment installed and we buy it at one rate and install it at another rate, et cetera, development versus refurbishment, you can only claim 10% of refurbishment expenses compared to development expenses. So there's a lot of details that may make it hard to actually achieve that 50% rate on capital deployed.
I appreciate that. Carbon capture is actually still a relatively new technology. And I think that irrespective, I think of all the points you were mentioning, I think that's going to be the case because we're almost inventing this whole new technology. And I think the world's going to be watching. So I appreciate your comment. My other question is, how do you see the value of, and maybe just along those lines, how do you see the value of this ITC on making Canadian oil competitive on the international stage since it lowers our emissions?
No, this is very important. Canadian Oil Sands really has one of the best track records on environmental performance, Indigenous relations, many other fronts compared to anywhere else in the world, except on one key issue, which is emissions intensity. Canadian Oil Sands is highly emissions intense because the process is highly intense. You're not simply putting a pump in the ground and extracting oil. You have to use huge amounts of power to generate huge amounts of steam to separate the oil from the sand, and that's what essentially creates the high emissions intensity. So there are a limited number of paths to solving that. CCS is the most available one right now. But if we want to be competitive on an emissions basis, then we have to deploy these technologies so that our Canadian crude can be, we think oil sands could ultimately be the lowest emission source of heavy crude, not light crude, but the lowest source of heavy crude in the world with these kinds of technologies.
And just one more question. So just along those lines, I think the conversation is great with my sort of what I was hoping to ask you. How do you plan on lowering emissions through these tax credits, and what is the anticipated expected emissions reduction?
So our current plan, we would achieve about 10 to 12 megatons of reductions through carbon capture. We have other emissions reductions technologies we're working on, but through carbon capture by 2030, up to about 16 megatons by 2032. So this would be, a very significant portion of the oil and gas emissions reductions and of Canada's emissions reductions in the next 10 years.
We want to see the oil sands industry succeed on this. So I agree we have to get to passing this legislation as fast as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Zarowitz. And now I'll go to MP Saint-Marie, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to inform you that I will be asking my question to Mr. Beaulieu from the Quebec Environmental Law Center. And in my next round, I will be asking a question put for Ms. Landry and Mr. Soucy. That would be my second term. Mr. Beaulieu, thank you for coming and thank you for your presentation. I understood that in Section 236, there are some positive aspects to it, but it's incomplete. You've clearly explained what are the 4 limitations. If we had more time, I would have liked to have heard you talk about to ask questions from the other 2 groups to find out whether this sector of the economy, and ask them whether or not they do any greenwashing. But I'd like to go to the public service testimony with respect to the ISED, and they had arguments that they put forward. Could you allude to that? Or if there's time, or are there any other aspects that you would like to cover? Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I did listen to the ISED public officials' testimony. I have a few points They said that there were some constraints with respect to the shared jurisdiction regulations and greenwashing. I looked at case law, I looked at various sources, and I don't think that that's going to be a problem. I think the Parliament has jurisdiction over this matter, and there are several decisions that show that so I don't think there's a real problem in that area. The officials also said that greenwashing is more of a sectoral issue, and it doesn't cover all of the Canadian economy. What I would say is that greenwashing could occur in every sector of the Canadian economy. Any company in Canada, whether we're dealing with carbon neutrality or whatever. I think that greenwashing is a commercial practice that is really fraudulent, and it applies to all kinds of sectors. Another point that was raised by the officials was that when the government said that there may be some obligations to disclose, and it would enable the government to deal with greenwashing in certain organizations. That's progress, obligations to disclose, but that's about the risk and the performance. But they're not talking about environmental impacts. They're not talking about all kinds of other things that could be covered by this. So it could take a lot of time before all of this is implemented, and we don't have a lot of time. So I think that this would be an important opportunity to really deal with greenwashing by broadening its scope. Maybe there are other issues that are a little bit controversial. Some companies need to have a good FADEX to protect themselves from these accusations of greenwashing. They want to be able to show that they're transparent, and if they do the work, then they should be able to benefit from it. So it's good for companies and it's good for consumers. And according to a survey, it said 94% of Canadians were in favor of regulations that are stricter when it comes to greenwashing. So I think there's a consensus here. Do I have any more time to answer your question? Yes, a little bit. You have 2 minutes remaining. Another aspect that was raised by the officials is that some types of allegations are not covered in Section 136. We're talking about generic declarations. These are companies when they have to do tests. Let's say a consumer wants to have proof that the company actually has done the proper tests. If it's said that the product is green or sustainable, what about the standards? We use the word green and sustainable, but that's a big problem. So that really erodes public confidence. So these generic statements, saying that we're responsible, green, etc., nobody knows what these words really mean. So we think that this has to be spelled out. Companies have to be compelled to disclose their environmental tests. What does that involve? If one says that this apple is sustainable, well, maybe there could be a sticker or a label or something, and we can say, okay, this is how we define sustainable. This is how we define green. But if that's not done, in this manner, consumers are going to have access to the information every time they buy something. They'll know what things mean, what the words mean, what the tests, the evidence means. So I think this would be very important to improve this bill by making disclosure of tests compulsory to show that something really is sustainable or green. So Section 136 is going in the headed in the right directions, but I think that we have to understand exactly what a company means when they say things. Things have to be cleared, and the amendments that I mentioned in my statement would enable us to do this. Everybody's in favor of environmental transparency. Transparency and the truth, nobody's against that, and that's what we're advocating for. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sainte-Marie.
Now to MP Davies, please.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Hatch, I'll declare my bias from the outset. I've been a proud member of the credit union movement for over 30 years, so I'll situate myself there. Bill C-59 amends the Canadian Payments Act to, among other things, expand membership in the Canadian Payments Association to credit union locals that are members of a credit union central. Could you outline how this measure will impact credit unions and their members?
Yeah, thanks. Well, thanks for declaring your bias and your support of the sector. Appreciate that. Yeah, historically, individual credit unions have not been able to be direct members in Payments Canada just through their centrals, of which there are 5 across Canada. So this bill will amend the governing legislation of Payments Canada to allow credit unions to have direct membership. Now, there's a cost associated with that. So not all credit unions will likely choose to bear that cost and become members of Payments Canada, but it allows those that choose to do that to have access to all of the services associated with membership. And again, like I said earlier, subject to discretion of the Bank of Canada, ultimately, of course, access to Bank of Canada standing term liquidity facilities and other emergency lending facilities at the Bank of Canada.
Bill C-59 also eliminates the requirement that credit unions derive no more than 10% of their revenue from sources other than certain specified sources such as interest income from lending activities. Mr. Hatch, how does the removal of the revenue test benefit credit unions and their members?
So that's a huge issue. That's the tax issue that I mentioned in my opening remarks, which is effectively an update of the definition of credit union in the Income Tax Act from the 53-year-old definition that's currently on the books that effectively today, until one hopes this bill passes, limits what CRA considers to be so-called credit union income to a very narrow band of what may have represented the majority of the credit union sector's revenues in 1971. I wasn't around then. I imagine the world was different. Our business model was certainly different, and it's had to evolve in the last half century. Credit unions have had to diversify their sources of income in order to continue to exist, frankly. The 1971 business model would not allow you to exist today. That's just the reality of the market. And so the Income Tax Act has not kept up with that. CRA continues to, in some cases, enforce a 53-year-old definition, which disallows all sorts of revenues that credit unions earn, apart from just plain vanilla deposit and loan revenue from members, which is, of course, the historical, traditional way in which financial institutions earn revenue. But if you want to exist today, you need to earn revenue in all sorts of different ways. So eliminating that revenue test acknowledges that credit unions earn revenue in other ways, and will presumably, we hope, eliminate the negative tax consequences that has come with CRA interpreting and enforcing a 53-year-old definition in recent years.
Well, my second confession is I do remember 1971, but it's very hazy, very hazy. Monsieur Beaulieu, 236 of Bill C-59 adds a new provision, as you pointed out, to the deceptive marketing provisions of the Competition Act to help address certain types of false or misleading environmental claims. It specifies that claims about a product's benefit for protecting the environment or mitigating environmental ecological effects of climate change must be based on an adequate and proper test. And the burden of proof would fall on the person making the representation, making it a type of reverse onus provision. However, the Canada's Commissioner of Competition, Matthew Boswell, in a March letter to this committee said this: "The reality is that a significant portion of the greenwashing complaints the Bureau receives do not involve claims about products, but rather more general or forward-looking environmental claims about a business or brand, such as being net zero by 2030. Those claims are not reverse onus, and it can be challenging for the Bureau to prove that they are false or misleading in a material respect." That was Mr. Boswell. Do you agree that more general or forward-looking environmental claims about a business or brand should also be subject to the reverse onus test?
Yes, yes. I think the provision. I entirely agree with Mr. Boswell's comments and recommendations. I think that all environmental claims, irrespective of whether they're about a company, about a brand, an activity, about a scientific fact more generally, as soon as you're making an environmental claim that's there to promote a business interest, there should be a substantiation requirement. You should be required by law to do a test, to come up with evidence, and then, in addition to that, ideally, you should also be required to disclose this evidence to the public. And therefore, in that type of environment, you're really ensure that you're not just making environmental claims out of the blue without proper evidence.
Mr. Chair, how am I doing for time?
Got about 40 seconds.
Thanks. The EU recently adopted a directive banning the use of general environmental claims like environmentally friendly, natural, biodegradable, climate neutral, or eco without proof. The use of sustainability labels will also now be regulated in the EU, and the directive bans claims that a product has a neutral, reduced, or positive impact on the environment because of emissions offsetting schemes. In your view, should Canada adopt a similar approach?
Ideally, yes. However, an interim step would be to require the disclosure of substantiation evidence. And that way, you're not prohibiting generic claims, but you're requiring that firms explain what they mean. So firms are required to define what they mean when they use these words. But yes, I agree with you. In an ideal world, nobody would use words such as green or sustainable or responsible because nobody knows what they mean. So tell me that you're going to achieve an emission reduction, but when? How much money are you investing? What's your target? What are you including in this pledge? Scope 1, Scope 3, Scope 2 emissions. You can do right now. It's the Far West. So ideally, yes, no generic claims, specific standards in the law, but there's the room to make very small amendments to this bill to address part of the situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Davies, and now, witnesses, members, we're moving into our second round. What we do when we don't have enough time to do a full round, we truncate it, and so we'll be doing 4 to 5 minutes for each party in this round. We are starting with MP Howland, and MP Howland, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Chair. As I said at the beginning of the committee, I just wanted to move my second motion today, and this has already been put on notice. Given that 4 premiers have written to this committee requesting to appear in relation to the April 1st carbon tax hike, and 7 out of 10 premiers representing 70% of Canadians have voiced their opposition to the carbon tax, the committee invite Premiers Fury, King, Houston, Ford, and Canoe to appear at the Standing Committee on Finance within 2 weeks of the adoption of this motion. Furthermore, the committee prioritized hearings with the premiers above all other business. Just as a brief background, and I'm hoping that we can get to a vote quickly on this. These premiers, the premiers wrote to this finance committee to appear the week of March 25th, that they wanted to call on the Prime Minister to spike that April 1st hike, as our common sense conservative leader has been calling for as well. And I will note that one of those premiers was a Liberal Premier, Andrew Furey. Premiers Houston, Higgs, Moe, and Smith wanted to speak at this committee, and the chair, our chair, ignored that request on April 1st. The Prime Minister ignored those premiers and 70% of Canadians and did not freeze the carbon tax scam. He ended up increasing it 23%, making the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating even more expensive, as we see. And this is just on the pathway for them to quadruple this carbon tax. As we know, it's already causing so much pain. We see 2 million Canadians going into a food bank in a single month and 1 million more projected to. It's only going to make things even worse. And just to note that the chair does have the ability to call a meeting unilaterally. On page 1095 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states that, quote, committee meetings are convened by the chair acting either on a decision made by the committee or on the chair's own authority, end quote. So these premiers were calling on our chair. Our chair ignored those requests. The OGO chair stepped up, listened to the calls of the premiers, and called 3 of them, including the parliamentary budgeting officer, which also in that committee, I will note, confirmed that the carbon tax scam leaves a majority of families worse off. Once again, he said that in that committee. So thanks to him for showing up on the committee's request. We believe it's important that the premiers whose province has the federal carbon tax have an opportunity to appear and voice their concerns about the carbon tax. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Hallen. I do need to speak to this because the MP has called out the chair. And just for members' information, the MP, one MP, MP Hallen reached out to...
Point of order.
What is the point of order?
I don't
MP?
think the camera's picking you up there.
That's fine, MP Lawrence. Okay. So listen, so MP Hallen was the only MP from this committee to reach out to me informally in a text. And I requested to MP Hallen, I said, have you reached out to the other members? I did not hear back at all from MP Hallen after that. And so I did not see that the members would like a meeting. So that is the decision that I took. Always looking to the members because the members, it is at the will of this committee. I did not receive any emails, texts, calls from any other conservative MPs or NDP MPs or Liberal MPs, from nobody except for MP Hallen in an informal text. Yes, MP Hallen.
Chair, I'll just note, you did get emails from Conservatives. There were Conservative premiers. I think it's important.
I'm going to interject here, MP Hallen. MP Hallen, I'll interject. I'll just say that what the committee received, you reached out to me as a member of the committee, and I asked you to reach out to the members of this committee. I don't know if you did or not, but I did not hear from any other members, and the decision was made that the way I've made decisions in the past is I listen to the members because it is the will of this committee how we move forward.
Sure,
and
allow me,
yes,
MP
Hallen,
interjected.
yes, please,
I've never had that happen to me before, sure. But if you'll allow me to respond to you, as I quoted with the House and Procedures practice, it does say that you also have the authority, and I think it's important that when the premiers themselves, these are the heads of their own provinces that represent millions of Canadians, reached out to you in order to call this meeting, I think it would be important to at least respond to them, which you did not. I'm grateful that the OGO chair, the great Kelly McCauley from Edmonton West Edmonton Mall, stepped up, and we got to hear from the premiers and the PBO. I will leave it at that. I'm just saying that when the premiers are calling, we should at least respond to them out of respect. They do represent millions of Canadians. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Hallen. And so out of respect to all the members on this committee and out of the way that we have worked together, I was not going to make a unilateral decision to do that. I will respect the will of the committee, the will of the members, and that is how I will conduct these meetings and move forward. Now, on what you've proposed here, MP Hallen, I do have a speaking order. I have MP Zerowitz, then MP Sainte-Marie, then MP Davies. MP Zerowitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I'm very, very disappointed that this motion has been moved for the following reasons. At the very end of this motion, it basically says that we should be entertaining this motion at the expense of moving forward with C-59 business, which is the fall economic statement. We have listened to 6 excellent witnesses so far. They have been very clear that they're asking for fast passage of C-59. We've just heard from industry today, who has indicated that it's very important for them to have clear timelines and predictability, or else we will be at risk from a competition perspective, from an economic perspective, and from a competitive perspective. And so what I would say to you is I'm very disappointed that the Conservatives are moving this forward. I'm also, just from a technical perspective, the premiers that are listed in this motion have not written to this committee. There were other premiers that wrote to this committee, but not the premiers that are listed here. So I want to point that out, Mr. Chair. And then I'm really glad that Mr. Hallam mentioned OGO. I happened to be watching some of the commentary on national news about that testimony from the premiers from OGO, and I'll be quoting a couple of them just because I think their testimony, their I think, summary of what took place at OGO after the testimony around the carbon pricing, I think was very accurate. From Mr. Coyne, Andrew Coyne, he said, what you saw on display, and so he's referring to the testimony of the premiers at OGO committee now a couple of weeks ago. What you saw on display with each of them was actually a parade of nonsense. You saw how completely dishonest they were about the cost of the carbon tax and basically ignoring the rebates, that's the carbon rebates called the Canada Carbon Rebates, that are available for 80% of households, as the parliamentary budget officers found, and makes most Canadians more than whole. But also, when they were asked for their alternatives, it was just fantasy. It was, maybe we could amend the Paris Accord, or maybe we can get China to reduce their consumption of coal, or maybe we could get other countries to give us, Canada, the credit for the carbon reduction our companies are making, or the provinces are making, by using our liquefied natural gas rather than claiming the credit themselves. And in terms of what they would do as an alternate, so what the provinces would do alternatively, they don't have any suggestions. And basically, Mr. Coyne was mentioning his favorite, and it's been mentioned a couple of times today in other debates. Premier Scott Moe was asked, what he would do. He said he looked at the alternatives, but all of them cost more than the carbon price. Now, Chantal Hébert said that the Premier of Alberta had mentioned that the carbon tax is immoral and inhumane, but then in her budget that was unveiled just a few days before her testimony, she raised the tax on gas in her own province. So it seems like the price on pollution, or carbon tax, is immoral and inhumane because it's federal. But when the province of Alberta raises the price on gas, it is not inhumane and immoral. It is ridiculous. This is a colossal waste of time. This is bad strategy. It is not. It is stopping us from continuing to move expeditiously on C-59, which is what we need to do right now. And I will not be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Zerowitz. I do have MP Samari, then MP Davies, and then MP Chambers. MP Samari, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I have other questions for Mr. Soucy and Ms. Landry. There's an important issue in C-59 which deals with all of these professions that were mentioned. Secondly, it's not common, and I will not support this idea that a House of Commons committee ask premiers to appear, with the exception, and this is most extraordinary, where the premiers of the provinces write to the committee asking to appear. So we need to meet them in that case out of respect for them. Mr. Moe, Mr. Houston, Ms. Smith, and Mr. Iggs have done this. If there are motions that suggest that they should come and testify, I would vote in favor for that. Or the premiers who did not ask to, but for premiers that did not ask to appear, I would not support this. And if they write to the committee, well, then I would be in agreement, and I would support that with pleasure. But we could hear from them while at the same time studying Bill C-59. In the current motion, if I'm not mistaken, it's just Mr. Houston from Nova Scotia who is named, but that's the reason why I will not be supporting this motion as it's drafted. I will only support those motions that would invite the premiers who have asked to come and appear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
MP Samari. Now we've got MP Davies and then MP Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I can't support this motion. I'm not sure that we are the appropriate place to hear from premiers about carbon tax alternatives. To me, it would seem more appropriate at the Environment Committee. I would just point out that premiers have had years to develop their carbon position. In fact, officially invited by this government, who they gave them several years warning that if they didn't want the federal carbon tax to apply, that they could develop their own carbon reduction measures, leaving provinces either choosing to ignore the climate crisis if they didn't bring one in, or frankly, deleterious in I think, their responsibility to their citizens. Let's face it, premiers have a huge platform to express their positions, and they have. I mean, does anybody not know what any premier's position on the carbon tax is in this country? They have a huge platform, but I'll tell you who doesn't have a platform. These people here, and people before this committee, stakeholders, citizens groups, citizens. Those are the people who do not have that kind of megaphone and platform, and who I believe this committee must make a priority to hear from, so that we get the input of real Canadians who are really working on the ground to help inform the Finance Committee in setting appropriate economic policy. So my problem with this motion is that it would call for this committee to prioritize hearings with the premiers above all other business. That's the business before the committee today, which we've already now lost valuable time to hear from knowledgeable people about Bill C-59. I understand there was a housing report that has been done that is, or we've had hearings, but we haven't finished the report. Now, if you want to know something that's important to my constituents in Vancouver, a foundational need is people can't find affordable housing. And we're supposed to provide a platform for premiers to come tell us that they do or do not oppose the carbon tax when we know. I'm sorry, I just can't support that. And as a matter of priority, I'll tell you who I'll prioritize. I'll prioritize hearings from these people over the premiers. Finally, just as a matter of procedure, I've had the privilege of serving in this House for 16 years. I've been through conservative minority governments, conservative majority governments, liberal minority governments, and liberal majority governments. And I have never, ever seen a chair call meetings and set the agenda. Now, I think what my colleague, Mr. Hallam's referring to is chairs have the ability to unilaterally call a meeting, but they don't have the power to unilaterally set an agenda. There's a crucial difference. We're a democracy, not an autocracy. And by the way, if anybody wants, that sounds like it's setting up a gatekeeper to me. I mean, you want to talk about a gatekeeper. And I really hope that this doesn't presage how a conservative government would run their committees, where one person, a committee chair, would call a meeting and call the witnesses and thrust that decision on the committee members. In my 16 years, we have always set the committee business through discussion, through debate, and ultimately through a vote. That's called democracy. And last I checked, committees, which are a creature of the chamber, operate democratically, not autocratically. So I just want to say, Mr. Chair, I very much support your decision. I would say the same thing to a Conservative chair, to a New Democrat chair, to a Bloc Québécois chair. That the chair's job is to facilitate the business of the committee, not create it. So I just want to be clear on that, lest this issue come up again in terms of setting the committee's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Davies. And MP Davies, that is how we have conducted our business here at this committee, and that's how I've chaired. That's how I've chaired these meetings, and that's how I will continue to chair these meetings as long as the members agree to that. So I will go now to MP Chambers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to a vote very quickly, although I was persuaded to make a comment. I find the comments from my new NDP colleague on the committee quite persuasive. We know the results of the vote, but I'd like to make an offer to the government members, since they're so concerned about moving this bill very expeditiously, which was introduced prior to Christmas. We'll be in here until 7 p.m., and I'll be prepared to move a unanimous consent motion to send this bill back to the House immediately unamended. You can call me at any time to do that. And I don't think I'll get a phone call, because we all know that there are very substantive amendments coming to this bill in two areas which haven't been tabled, which is why the bill is being delayed. The bill is not being delayed because of Conservatives. The bill is being delayed because there's problems with the legislation, and everybody knows it. The problem with this town is everybody talks. And so we know that there's a substantive amendments coming to the bill, and if they would like to move it unamended, you could take me up on that offer at any point between now and 7 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Chambers and members. Unfortunately, and very sincerely, apologize to the witnesses. have experienced this and gone through this exercise that we have had here and not been able to answer many of the questions that I'm sure many of the members did have for you. What I do request is members to the witnesses, because we did not have the time to this panel as well as the panel before to submit those to the witnesses, and they then will submit those back to with answers to the clerk, and they will be incorporated into our report. So we thank you very much. Now at this time we are going to transition to our third panel. Yeah, we're suspending. Yeah. Oh, the vote. Sorry. Okay, the vote. Okay, that's right. Yeah, the vote. That's we got to get sorry.
Point of order.
Okay.
This is a democracy,
Okay, the
Mr.
vote,
Chair.
yes.
Your authoritarian regime was not going.
You know, I'm trying to stay on time here. So listen, okay, members. Yes. So the vote, clerk. Yes.
Mr. Baker.
Opposed.
Ms. Gainey. Mr. Weiler.
Against.
Ms. Derowitz.
Against.
Ms. Thompson.
Against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Oh, sorry. Mr. Chambers.
J'étais prêt.
Mr. Howland.
Yes.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes.
Mr. Morans.
Yes.
Cette fois-ci, Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Contre.
Mr. Davies.
Contre.
Yes pour 5, nays contre 7.
Okay, it's defeated, and now we'll suspend. We are back, and we have some excellent witnesses with us here. From Alphea Financial Wellness, Inc., we have the financial planner, Natasha Knox, and she's joining us via the web. And then we've got from the Canada's Building Trades Unions, the executive director, Mr. Sean Strickland, is with us. Welcome. And from the National Council of Unemployed Workers, we have spokesperson for them, Pierre Serret, is with us. And with that, we are going to start with opening remarks by Natasha Knox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members, for allowing me to speak with you today. I have 4 main points that I'd like to address that concern planning for people with disabilities that I have encountered in my planning practices. And I think these issues, if addressed, would be greatly helpful to people with disabilities and their families, and would be a ray of hope for a more inclusive and supportive future. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is with respect to the inclusion of siblings as successor holders of RDSPs, which is part of Bill C-59. And this change, which I am very heartened by, addresses a very real need and concern for parents of children with disabilities. It makes their planning process more streamlined, more flexible, and it gives certainty and comfort around knowing their children's savings will be seamlessly managed when they're gone. And this is a major worry for people who have children with disabilities. However, this measure is still temporary and it expires at the end of 2026. And I believe that this excellent measure should actually be made permanent. And I would hope that whatever negotiations or mechanisms need to be implemented to make this change permanent can be done. My second point that I'd like to talk about today concerns specified disability savings plans. And these are for beneficiaries that have shortened lifespans. So regular RDSPs can be designated as specified disability savings plans when a doctor or nurse practitioner provides a written opinion that the beneficiary is unlikely to live more than 5 years. So at a really high level, the current provisions allow for a withdrawal of up to $10,000 of the taxable disability assistance payments, or the LDAP formula, whichever is greater, without having to repay grants and bonds. And so the issue here is that with older plans that were funded early on, the taxable portion of those plans could be well in excess of $50,000, so 10,000 times 5 years. And so with a beneficiary with a significantly decreased life expectancy, this current structure ends up creating estate value, which is not the purpose of these plans. These plans are intended to help the lives of people with disabilities while they're living. So what would be more helpful instead would be perhaps a percentage withdrawal rather than a specific dollar value limit that would allow those people with disabilities who also have a shortened life expectancy to properly access their savings to make their lives easier and more comfortable in their final years. And my third point today concerns Inter Vivos Henson trusts. It would be helpful if those could regain access to the principal residence tax exemption. The loss of the principal residence exemption for these types of trusts happened in 2016, and it has had unintended consequences for people with disabilities who have a property that they live in this type of trust that was set up for them prior to 2016. And the particular issue here is the 21-year rule, which causes a deemed disposition and causes capital gains to be paid on all trust assets. And so without the principal residence exemption, these trusts have to pay capital gains based on the increase in the value of the property since 2017. This is unjust. Since these properties are in fact the principal residence of the person with disabilities living in them. And further, it's problematic because it imposes hardship on the beneficiary if the trust assets don't have sufficient money to pay the capital gains. And so the final piece that I'll mention today is around expanding access to the disability tax credit itself for people who have a diagnosis of a degenerative illness or an episodic disability. The disability tax credit is the key that unlocks access to a lot of programs, including the ability to establish an RDSP, which is the aspect that I personally encounter in my work. So when we're talking about RDSPs, the time value of money is significant. And the earlier on that a person can start saving, the more meaningful those savings become. And it's a real shame when someone who has a diagnosis of something degenerative in nature, like let's say MS, for example, that progresses over time, that they're unable to start saving, getting the grants and bonds, and all of the sheltered growth on those savings when they first get the diagnosis, versus the situation now, which is where they have to wait a number of years for their condition to get bad enough to qualify for the DTC in order to even open up an RDSP. So recently, there were some provisions which were made, which I think were a really great step in the right direction for people with type 1 diabetes to automatically qualify for the DTC. And what I would love to see is if we could make even more strides in that direction and continue expanding access. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you, Ms. Knox. And now we'll hear from the Canadian Building Trades Unions. Mr. Strickland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Sean Strickland, and I serve as the Executive Director of Canada's Building Trades Unions, the national voice for over 600,000 skilled tradespeople in Canada who belong to 14 international unions and work in more than 60 different trades and occupations. I am pleased to be here today to talk about the positive impacts that the skilled trades anticipate from the investment tax credits and the substantial benefits to the broader construction industry from the measures in this bill. I want to be clear with members of the committee that the investment tax credits are a game changer for all construction workers, union and non-union, and we urge Parliament to move forward as quickly as possible. That's because for the first time, government incentives in the tax code that encourage investment in priority projects are being directly tied to delivering benefits for skilled trades workers. The investment tax credits are a true win-win for skilled trades workers, businesses investing in clean technology, and for all Canadians. C-59 will require companies who are claiming ITCs and investing in projects involving clean technology clean hydrogen, clean electricity, nuclear, and carbon capture who want to receive the maximum benefit must pay good wages, union wages and benefits to the skilled trades workers who are building these projects. The prevailing wage requirement in the investment tax credits is without doubt the best definition of prevailing wage in Canadian labor history. Regardless of whether a skilled trades worker is one of our members or not, they will be paid the robust wages and benefits we've negotiated through our multi-employer collective agreements. This bill is also a monumental win for developing our Canadian skilled trades workforce. The provisions of the investment tax credits require companies to hire apprentices. This is important. Developing the skilled trades workforce of the future requires high-quality, well-paid apprenticeship opportunities. It is critical that companies who receive incentives to invest in training of the next generation clean economy workforce, and the 10% apprenticeship requirement is an outstanding measure to help ensure we're doing what we need to do to build the clean economy workforce of the future. Moreover, because of the strong prevailing wage requirements, many more Canadian workers will be attracted to the skilled trades to the benefit of them and their families. Beyond benefits to the workforce is another critical reason to advance this bill: regulatory certainty. You've heard that from other delegations today. There are tens of billions of dollars in final investment decisions. I don't say that lightly. Tens of billions of dollars in final investment decisions awaiting the certainty that the passage of this bill will bring. From new net zero petrochemical production facilities in Alberta, carbon sequestration, small modular nuclear projects in Ontario and New Brunswick, hydrogen projects in Atlantic Canada, there are billions of dollars on hold that can start flowing into our economy, including wages into the genes of Canadian workers. And we know that these measures do work. We've seen it in the United States under the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act. On behalf of the members of Canada's building trades unions, we have one overriding message to this committee: we can't wait. To the benefit of Canadian construction workers, our environment, and the Canadian economy, we look forward to the passing of this bill. Let's get to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Strickland. And now we will hear from the National Council of Unemployed Workers. Pierre Serre, please.
Thank you, sir. Committee members, thank you very much for your invitation. I represent the National Council of Unemployed Workers. Unemployment is not a word or a reality that's frightened us. Unemployment in our country is one of the realities of the working world. Today, it's my birthday. I'm 65, and I've been involved in the unemployment movement for 45 years, since 1979. And in appearing before you today, I have only one wish: that at the end of this discussion period, you bear in mind the importance of a social measure such as employment insurance, which represents an important part of the fabric of the Canadian state, a social program directly under its political and constitutional jurisdiction. I've been involved in this field for 45 years, and I've been able to see and understand what's been done to this program, how it's been undermined since the 1990s, how certain social protection measures have been dismantled, how the program has been whittled away. We even changed the name of the program in 1996, replacing the word unemployment with the word employment. We're no longer insured against unemployment, but rather to find a job. Figure of speech. Some people see in this program only columns of figures, but we see human beings, workers. Right now, from coast to coast, there are over 1 million active EI claimants. Over the past year, since April 1st, 2023, more than 3 million claims have been processed, resulting in 2.5 million claimants. Canada's working population is about 21 million, and yet employment rates, despite fluctuations, remain low. In Quebec, we've become the Canadian champions of low unemployment. In fact, we account for only 70% of the claims paid to active Canadian claimants. I'm not here to ask or beg. I'm here to share with you a vision of a social program that is important to hundreds of thousands of Canadian families and important to hundreds of thousands of workers who experience periods of unemployment of varying lengths, depending on their employment situation. The current government made a formal commitment to carry out a comprehensive reform of the EI program, to modernize it and bring it into the 21st century. We took part in countless consultations between 2021 and 2022. This reform was due to come into effect in the summer of 2022 before being postponed more than once. We believed it until last year's budget. There were no measures to protect employment insurance. Zero. Plus one bar. Nothing. In the November 2023 economic statement, 4 additional weeks were added to the 5 already planned as part of a pilot project targeting seasonal workers in 13 administrative regions across Canada. That's all. This measure will come to an end on September 7th. Again, temporary. My message is as follows. We need to give structural answers to help the working world during periods of unemployment. We need to provide solutions to real problems. We need to do more to protect the rights of seasonal workers. We need to protect the rights of parents, especially women who lose their jobs during maternity, parental leave, and find themselves without any protection. We need to increase caregiver benefits for adults, which are only 15 weeks, and we need to improve eligibility, for example, by making penalties for invalid employment more flexible. There's a lot to do. After my speech, it will be up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to go to your respective caucuses in anticipation of the budget. It's up to you to put the issue on the table. After all, you must be aware of its importance because many citizens go to your constituency office asking for help with EI. Don't wait for the next crisis. It will come, that's for sure. And always remember that we're talking about the world of work when we talk about columns of EI figures. We're talking about workers. We're talking about people. Thank you.
Monsieur Serret, for your opening remarks. And on behalf of the Finance Committee, félicitations, bon anniversaire.
Congratulations and happy birthday.
And oui. Okay, and members, now witnesses, we are moving to questions in this first round. Each party will have up to 6 minutes to ask the witnesses questions. We are starting with MP Morantz for the first 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. Mr. Strickland, I want to thank you for being here. I just wanted to ask you, last year, just after Minister Champagne announced the deal to give $15 billion to Stellantis and Nexstar to build the Windsor plant, it came to light that Nexstar was hiring up to at least 900 foreign workers to do that work. Now, you were in the media quite a bit about this, and since you're before the committee now, I want to give you the opportunity to express your concerns around that issue, because it seems to me that $15 billion goes without saying, is an awful lot of taxpayers' money. And so for the minister not to cut a deal to guarantee that the skilled trades in Ontario would do this work seems to me a negligence, essentially. Now, you've been on the record as calling this a slap in the face to Ontario workers. You said that Ontario construction workers are fully able to construct the plant and install specialized equipment required, and that it's an insult, very strong language, to skilled trades to suggest they're unqualified. You said it's absolutely unconscionable. So I'm going to give you a platform here to tell my Liberal colleagues on the committee exactly what you think in person.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Morantz, and I stand by my comments that I made back in November and December. And I can say that right now in Windsor on that Nexstar plant, there's approximately 1,400 Canadian workers building the base building, and that will peak at about 1,600. We still have some concerns around the procurement methodology for the process equipment and install, and we have not satisfactorily resolved how many Canadian workers we're going to be able to provide jobs to install that process equipment right now. So we're continuing to work through that process with the federal government and also with Nexstar, i.e. LG and Stellantis.
Now, we, the Deputy Governor of Bank Canada recently said that we are in the middle of a serious productivity problem in this country. I think she said something like, in case of emergency, break the glass. And you talked about the tax credits, but I'm thinking, like, if you think about the demands for skilled workers in this country over the next 8 to 10 years. I mean, CMHC has said we need to build an additional 3 million homes. There are all the billions of dollars in projects that you talked about for small nuclear reactors and a number of other infrastructure projects in the energy sector that you touched on in your opening statement. From your perspective, does Canada have the skilled trades, or will it have the skilled trades it needs to meet its obligations to build these projects over the next time horizon?
Well, that really is the secret sauce to determining how much labor we need for projects that aren't strictly defined. So many projects that would appear on a pipeline of projects await final investment decisions. So one of the challenges we have in the construction industry is providing enough skilled trades workers for the jobs that are actually going to happen. And I would say in Canada, and I've said this previously, that we lack a sophisticated labor market demand tool for construction. There are groups out there who do work around this, but the challenge really is in the methodology to determine how do you plan to provide workers for a project that may or may not happen. So I would also say to you that we have been, the building trades have been around since 1908. And before that, we've been around for hundreds of years, the guilds of Europe, et cetera. And we've always found a way to train young people and bring apprentices into the industry to meet the labor force requirements of the future. And right now, the current situation is that in Canada, we bring in approximately 100,000 apprentices a year, union, non-union. That is enough to keep pace with our retirements. We have an aging demographic, and so we're bringing enough in. We're marketing and bringing apprentices in and putting them to work enough to keep pace with the retirement. When you overlay that with these future work opportunities, which still remain uncertain, we will have a challenge. And so there's a lot of different ways in which we can address that challenge. I think the investment tax credits is a big part of that, with mandatory apprenticeship requirements. I think we need to look at ways that we can leverage the immigration system to bring in more skilled trades workers into Canada as well.
Mr. Chair, how much time do I have left? 30 seconds. Just a quick question. I want to thank Ms. Knox for bringing up the RDSP. That policy was actually brought in by the last great finance minister of Canada from the Conservative Party of Canada, Jim Flaherty. And I can tell you, I used it myself. My son Nathan was diagnosed with autism when he was only 2 years old. And I had a chance to thank Minister Flaherty personally before he passed away, of course, for bringing in that program. So I want to thank you for your advocacy on that. And if there's a way to make it better, I'm all for that. Thank you.
And, and thank you, MP Morantz. And now we're going to MP Zerwitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to be splitting my time with Mr. Baker since we might only have one round. I want to thank all the witnesses for their excellent presentations. I only have time to ask questions of maybe one, and it'll be directed to you, Mr. Strickland. In my riding of Davenport, I have a lot of members of unions, and in particular construction unions. So ever since I was elected just over 8 years ago, I've been very focused on them, very focused on their issues. I will say to you, I'm very proud of our government. Over the last 8 years, we've made huge improvements in worker rights, in more supports for unions, and we very much started out with repealing actually to what I would consider very anti-union, anti-worker legislation when we first came in C-525 and C-377. And I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. Strickland. You have really pushed us to do quite a few things. My question, and I want to thank you also, you were very laudatory today about the labor requirements around ITCs, as well as the funding that we have and the importance that we have in the fall economic statement around apprenticeships, both game changers. What I want to talk to you about is there's also measures in here around breaking down barriers to the internal labor mobility in our country, and also prioritizing construction workers for permanent residency. So I would love if you could comment on both of them. So we have already introduced a new labor mobility tax deduction, again, something that you very much champion, but now we're moving to the next phase to remove more barriers to internal labor mobility. And then the second part is we are actually in our express entry immigration system, we're prioritizing construction workers. Can you maybe talk to how important both of these elements are to us moving forward on the construction that we need, particularly in housing across this country?
Well, thank you very much for that question, MP Dershowitz. On the labor mobility tax deduction, that was a very progressive measure that was passed in the previous budget in 2022, I believe. And that is something that building trades has been working on for decades in terms of providing incentives for construction workers to leave their home province, their home community to go to work. And previously, if you were to do that, the Tax Act was such that you weren't able to deduct any of those expenses related to that travel to work. And so that was an impediment for workers to go to where the work is. And so putting that into place has provided an incentive, a benefit for workers to relocate and now deduct some of those expenses from their income. Not a credit, a tax deduction, which I think is critically important. The second piece in terms of interprovincial labor mobility, for the unionized construction industry, we have a lot of mobility across provinces. That's the way we work. We work on large projects mostly, like, for example, LNG Canada right now. I would say we have 2,000 workers there from all over Canada, for example, in British Columbia. The challenge we have is with being, the labor responsibility being that of the provinces, is the recognition of trades. And in some cases, a red seal trade in one province isn't recognized as a red seal trade in another province, and this is vexing to our industry. It's something that should be solved, but it's been hanging around in the nature of federal-provincial relationships. It's been hanging around for over 25 years, and so that could be fixed, and that would help with labor mobility as well. And the third piece around express entry, we support that. We also think for express entry for immigration, I think that our position is that unions should be allowed to act as the sponsor of the immigrant when and where a union is interested in doing so, because it's not homogeneous across the country. Some unions would like to do this, some wouldn't. But where they would like to do it and where there's a need, we think it'd be very beneficial to the industry and also to the new Canadian, because now they're into the union hall, they receive the requisite training, English is a second language, they're protected from exploitation, and we're able to build our workforce in a more sustainable manner than temporary foreign workers, for example.
Ivana.
How much time, Mr. Chair?
2 minutes. Just under 2 minutes.
2 minutes, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Strickland, for being here and for your advocacy. I noted down that during your presentation, you talked about the investment tax credits, the ITCs being a game changer for workers and for businesses. I think, could you just share with the committee and for the folks in Etobicoke Centre across Canada who might be watching this, what you think is the biggest impact of this legislation for workers? Like, how will it impact the everyday folks, especially the skilled workers that you're representing?
Well, I think that, thank you for that question, MP Baker. I think that this is a real game changer in terms of leveling the playing field so that all construction workers, like, to me, if the Treasury, the people of Canada are going to forego, according to the Parliamentary Budget Office, up to $22 billion in lost revenue to fund these credits. So the quid pro quo for that has to be that we require these large companies, many of them very capitalized, affluent companies, that the quid pro quo has to be, you need to pay workers the best kind of wages you possibly can. And that will be a win. I think there's an expectation from the Canadian public that if we're going to forego that $22 billion, there better be some good paying jobs for Canadians. And this legislation provides for that ability. And it will lift all workers up, all construction workers up to the union wages that have been successfully negotiated with thousands of contractors across the country. The other thing that it will provide, of course, is work opportunities. So there's tens of billions of dollars of work opportunities. So I've listed some of those in my opening comments. And that's important for a construction worker, too. Because construction workers, we go to work on the first day to put ourselves out of a job. Because we know eventually that job's going to be done, it's going to be completed, where do we go next? Well, this will help with a long-term pipeline of projects, large industrial projects across Canada, which will provide certainty to construction workers and also provide more certainty and will attract young people into the industry. So on all levels, this is a game changer for the construction worker in Canada.
Thank you.
Now I've got MP Samari, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to say hello to all the witnesses. A lot of content for this panel. My questions will be Mr. Seri, and I, too, would like to wish you a happy 65th birthday. I'd like to congratulate you for 45 years of involvement, full employment, advocating for the rights of the unemployed. So it gives us You've given us an historic perspective, and often in politics we forget about this perspective. We always look for short-term solutions. I understood from your presentation, which had a great deal of content, I heard that you had a lot of expectations with the last budget. There were consultations that did take place. I remember when you came to testify before the committee, you were very enthusiastic about the commitment made by the government. This was supposed to occur in the last budget, but as you said, only a temporary measure was complied, and this will expire. The pilot project will expire in September. You listed very quickly the requests to have a good system that works. As you said, the economy is cyclical, crises reoccur, and you explained why we needed to have a good employment insurance system. Thank you for your question, Mr. Sainte-Marie. I would say that the first issue, the EI system was really destructured back in the 90s. So we're stuck with this. So one of the first elements that we need to look at is eligibility. When you look at eligibility, you're talking about the amount of time that needs to be worked before you get benefits. When you have a full-time employment, that's not a problem. The problem's not there. The problem is for that section of the population, 1/3 of the population, and we're talking about 7 million workers here who work casually or seasonally, or they have fragmented schedules. Look at the witnesses. Look at the case of nurses, rather. So it's difficult for them to qualify for EI. So you have to look at the issue of eligibility. And also, there's a whole problem of sanctions that since 1993 have imposed some severe penalties. When we're talking about the reference year, all of the employment slips have to be investigated during an investigation. So meanwhile, voluntary departure that wouldn't give you access to employment, or all of this. I'll give you an example. We heard about a worker who worked full-time and lost the job due to restructuring. But in addition, there was this little employer who worked on Saturdays, and he was fired 2 months ahead of time. So based on that date, everything was thrown in the garbage. All I got was 2 weeks of work. So that doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. And it's very penalizing for an EI program. There are other subjects that we need to look at as well and come up with some solutions. When you talk about seasonal workers, you have to look downstream and upstream. You have to be able to work enough time to qualify for EI. And in Quebec and in the rest of Canada, and in certain administrative regions, well, all the work is seasonal, and that's difficult. It's difficult in accumulating the amount of time needed to get benefits. Do you know how many we give to someone who has accumulated 900 hours of work? 16 weeks. 5 weeks, pardon me. So upstream, there are people who don't get through winter. We're talking about seasonal workers who work from spring to fall. And getting through winter, well, there's no more benefits. And we call this the spring gap. Parents, particularly women, who lose their job because of maternity, you're talking about a great number of people through Canada. They've gone through their benefits because there's a special benefit for illness and whatnot. But there's a whole lot of people, of rights holders, who need to have a fairer system in order to have a program that is protective of workers. Employment period, whether it's short or long, it depends how the job market works. But with employment and work, same sides of the same coin, different sides. I would conclude with this portrait or this image where the unemployed person, the person's a worker, not someone who's unemployed. It's somebody who wants to start working again. We have to look at the person this way. That's why we need structural measures to improve the EI system. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now to MP Davies, please.
Thank you. I was lucky enough to serve in the Parliament when Conservative Finance Minister Flaherty did bring in the RDSP program, and I want to second my colleague, Mr. Morantz's comments about it being a groundbreaking and excellent program to help, Canada's special needs community who can't work and accumulate CPP benefits like other people can, and so this provides a really important way to have savings, and I want to just add my kudos to that as well. Ms. Knox, you deal with this program a lot. It sounds like, what advice would you give this committee about how we could improve access to the RDSP or make it easier to administer for the people you help?
Okay, so well, I think I would just go back to my original point, which is with Bill C-59, the measure is temporary that allows siblings to become successor holders. So it would be great if that were a permanent provision, because that just makes the administration simpler and more flexible and more streamlined for families. Access to the RDSPs is contingent on the disability tax credit. And so expanding access to the disability tax credit, I think, is something that could potentially happen over time that I would like to see. Disabilities that are episodic in nature are particularly tricky. The impacts on people are devastating. I will give one example to help illustrate my point. I have a client who has a severe migraine disorder. She has maybe 5 good days a month, but she doesn't know when those good days are going to be. So her, thanks to the expanded access that was very recent for mental health issues, she was able to get access to the disability tax credit. Which has enabled her to open up an RDSP. So that has been fantastic.
You're you for that.
But if she gets even a little better, she may lose access to that disability tax credit. So she's sort of caught in a loophole where if she gets a little bit better, she may no longer meet the threshold, even though this is an absolutely devastating disability in which she spends most of her days feeling like her head is in a vice.
Thank you.
She needs help. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Knox. Mr. Strickland, can you outline why the inclusion of the apprenticeship requirements is important for the new investment tax credits in carbon capture, utilization, and storage, as you have itemized?
Yeah, well, absolutely. We need to provide opportunities to young people and to Canadians. I mean, I say young people. The average age of the apprentice across Canada is approximately 27, which would surprise people. And younger people tend to come to the construction trades after a journey of post-secondary and service sector jobs, and then realize that there's some, decent money to be made in the construction industry. And so we'd like to get at them younger. We like to have them come into our industry at a younger age. I also think that the investment tax credits, those mandatory minimums, are going to drive industry proponents to make sure contractors and unions and labor providers maximize the apprenticeship opportunities within their own organizations.
I think you kind of anticipated where I was going next, because under the requirements in Bill C-59, the incentive claimants must make reasonable efforts to ensure that apprentices registered in a Red Seal trade work at least 10% of the total hours worked during an installation tax year at a designated work site. I'm curious how that compares with the current situation. Do most work sites have 10% of the hours worked being performed by apprentices or not?
That's a really good question. We would, quite frankly, like to see that number a little bit higher. In the U.S. on the Inflation Reduction Act, it's 15%. We had advocated originally, when the bill was in its infancy, for a higher percentage. We want to make sure we find the right number so it's not an impediment to collect the tax, and it's an incentive to hire apprentices. So, 10% is a good number. 15% would be better.
Keep an eye on that number and monitor. Mr. Serre, in your view, should the federal government increase the 55% income replacement rate and raise the ceiling on insurable earnings?
Bien sûr, mais ce n'est pas la priorité. La priorité, c'est vraiment l'admissibilité. Il y a trop de monde qui n'ont pas accès à l'assurance emploi. Par contre, là où on peut travailler pour augmenter les prestations reçues, c'est ce qu'on appelle le maximum assurable. C'est-à-dire le maximum salarial.
Sorry for the interruption. We're just not getting translation, or I'm not getting translation. Yeah. Okay, we'll try again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, you're not getting anything? I can't hear you.
Oui.
S'il vous plaît.
Je reprends.
Should I start over? We're talking about this 55%. When I talked about the reforms that went back in the 1990s, well, this 50%, should we increase it? Yes, absolutely. But as far as I'm concerned, the priority should be the ceiling that we contribute to. It's not a very pronounced curve. So I'll give you an example. When we imposed the 1996, we lowered the maximum insurable earnings. It was already 42, and it was reduced to 39 for 10 years. So we've never, today, it should be about $90,000, the maximum insurable earnings, which would benefit the middle class, would work, it would benefit. Now it's blocked at 63%, and the government is depriving itself of revenue. So, yes, the replacement rate But the real problem is eligibility. People who don't manage to qualify or have been disqualified because of these penalties that occur when a job is ended. So there's a lack of equity because of that. And it's not, the system and this was done, unfortunately, this was done intentionally in the 1990s, but we've been stuck with this problem for 30 years.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Merci.
Monsieur Serret. Here, this is our third panel. We did get backed up a little bit here today, so we're going to just do a very rapid, quick round here. So each party is going to have 1 minute-ish to ask a question or two, and then we'll conclude this panel. We're starting with MP Chambers.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I'd love to ask about the auditing of the investment tax credits, but CRA hasn't been here yet. I'm hoping they're on the docket soon, because I understand they'll be doing the auditing of the investment tax credits, which for the labor requirements. But I'd like to ask a quick question of Ms. Knox. My understanding is that the government's actually working on the Henson Trust issue. I thought it was already resolved. If not, I'm happy to take this offline and send you some information that I received. But question, on the RDSP account opening process, I understand it's a very difficult process to open. So would you be in favor of finding a way to streamline that process, but also allowing or having a holder ask the government to pay directly a portion of the DTC or the child care benefit, direct that into an RDSP, so that it just happens at source, and we make it easier for families to direct funds into those accounts?
Thank you for that question. Number one, yes, I would be very interested to get any information on the Henson Trust issue. My understanding is that there was some draft legislation, but it didn't go further than that. So I would be very happy to be corrected on that. With respect to the difficulty of opening the plans, yes, it is very difficult. To your question, whether it would be helpful to have the child tax benefit paid directly into those plans, I will be honest, I hadn't considered that particular mechanism. Would it be something that would be helpful to you if I thought it through a little bit more and got back to you so that I could think about the implications? I think it would depend on case to case. Though any option to be able to do that, as long as it's optional, I could see being tremendously beneficial to streamline that process.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, MP Chambers. Now to MP Baker.
Mr. Strickland, I just wanted to take a moment, if I could, to ask you another question. We've heard from, and I'm sure we will be hearing from, businesses who are eagerly awaiting the investment tax credits that are part of this legislation. Could you just explain for the folks who are listening at home how the investment tax credits translate into business opportunities or investments, and then how that translates into benefits for workers?
Oh, absolutely, and that's and thank you for the question, MP Baker. So, in my travels across the country and in working with my colleagues in provincial building trades councils and working with owners and developers of projects, I mean, the list of projects that are being reviewed right now is unprecedented in Canadian history. And they are waiting on this investment tax credit to help them get over the line in terms of financing these projects. So in Newfoundland and Labrador, there's 5 hydrogen projects that are going through review. In Cape Breton, there's 2 hydrogen projects. One's pretty well close to final investment decision. Another one's a little bit further behind. There's a clean energy project in Nova Scotia. There's clean energy projects in Quebec. You heard from Pathways Alliance here earlier. That carbon sequestration project, CapEx of around $25 billion, at peak will employ approximately 20,000 workers. small modular reactors in New Brunswick and possibly in Alberta. 300 to 500 workers, thousands and thousands of workers, thousands and thousands of jobs will be created through this investment tax credit once those companies have that certainty that they're going to be able to deduct that 30% from their capital expenditures. That's going to put them over the edge. It's also going to keep us competitive with the United States of America, by the way, which has already put into place these investment tax credits, much richer than ours are, and they've created over 200,000 jobs within 12 months. So when I say game changer for construction workers, prevailing wage, more money in the genes of Canadian construction workers, more opportunity, great economic future, the path to net zero, this is winning legislation on multiple fronts, and I encourage you to get it done as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, MP Baker. MP Saint-Marie, please.
Oui, Monsieur Serry.
Mr. Seri, in the minute left to me, why is it important that the government present its reforms now? Why is it important that it be presented in the budget next week? Once again, thank you. Because there's too many expectations have been raised throughout Canada. I would say, particularly in the seasonal workers in Eastern Canada, there are a lot of people who have been waiting since 2021, 2022. Too many statements have been made, too many speeches given, too many speeches from the throne, mandate letters to the ministers. There's too many expectations that have been raised, and there's been too much disappointment. And this disappointment, it's going to spread. And if I could give the government some advice, stop postponing, stop making promises. Go ahead and do it. It's time. And you have a parliamentary majority in Parliament in order to bring this change to fruition. If maybe put in place a pilot project for 5 years, that'll give you time to see whether the program works well, and it will be fairer as well. It's important, and a lot of people are waiting for it. A lot of people. Thank you.
Davies for the last question of this panel.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Strickland, in November, in response to the Fall Economic Statement, you said, "We welcome the announcement of a new Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities." C-59 does enact the Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities Act, which will transfer part of the federal housing portfolio to the Office of Infrastructure Canada. Can you outline why Canada's building trades unions support that provision?
Well, as we all know, that housing is a particular challenge for Canadians, and we think that the more focus that can be brought on housing will help bring more housing to the market. And of course, we all know also that it's not typically a federal area of responsibility, municipal, provincial, federal, multiple layers of government. We need to cut through that and get these houses and homes built. That'll provide more work opportunities for Canadians and, more importantly, help drive down the cost of housing and make it more affordable. So we support any initiative that streamlines the government process to encourage housing in this country.
Mr. Strickland, and thank you to all the witnesses from this panel today, and thank you, MP Davies, for that final question. And members, witnesses, we're going to transition now, so we are going to suspend as the fourth panel will come up now to the table. Thanks. as much testimony as we possibly can.
More and more authoritarian.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying. Okay, great. So this is our fourth panel today, and I'll sincerely apologize. We are starting a little bit late. Things got backed up to these witnesses that we have before us. With us today, we have Your Worship Cleveland. He's the Mayor of Cobourg, Ontario. Welcome, Your Worship. And from the Canadian Counseling and Psychotherapy Association, we have Lindsay Thompson, who's a registered psychotherapist and Director of Public Affairs, as well as George Maringapasi, and sorry if I mispronounced that, President-elect and registered counseling therapist. From Dow Canada, we have W. Scott Thurlow, Senior Advisor of Government Affairs with us. And from Option Consommateur, we have Carlos Casteblanco, who is the economist and analyst at Option Consommateur, and Sarah Eve Levac, who is a lawyer. So with that, we are going to start with the Mayor of Cobourg, Lucas Cleveland, please.
Thank you. I'm Lucas Cleveland, as you said.
And I apologize for interrupting, Mayor Cleveland. I know that you did not submit some opening remarks for our interpreters, so I'd ask that the pace of your remarks not be too quick so that they can do their proper interpretation. Thank you.
I will do my best. Thank you very much, sir. As introduced, I am Lucas Cleveland, the Mayor of Cobourg. For those that are unaware, Cobourg is the largest municipality in the county of Northumberland in Ontario. It's an idyllic, beachside, heritage-rich community of over 200 years of history. It's truly the hidden gem in southeastern Ontario, located just 1 hour east of Cobourg, 1 hour east of Toronto, along the beautiful coast of Lake Ontario. We find ourselves just south of Peterborough on the traditional treaty territory of the Mississauga Anishinaabe. I am here today to share my community's frustrations regarding the issues that are affecting our community that have been left out of Bill C-59. I'm here to get your attention on behalf of my residents. I want to ask individually and as an individual why this bill continues to completely ignore our world-renowned natural gas sector and why we continue to miss opportunities surrounding LNG. You see, I want to ask those questions as a journeyman, someone who spent 10 years in the oil and gas sector, working on the rigs. You see, I'm one of those people who's lost everything, my career, my home, and my retirement savings due to the decisions of this level of government. So I'd like to ask why Bill C-59 doesn't address the $82 million a day opportunity of the LNG market, but that's not why I'm here today. I mean, I'd like to address why this bill doesn't help small business owners, of which I am one. You see, after returning home from Alberta in 8 years, I've built a business with my partner. Yet every year it gets harder and harder to even break even. I'm curious why Bill C-59 continues the legacy of not standing with our small business community in this country. But again, that is not germane to why I'm here. No, today I am here to speak for the citizens of Cobourg. I'm here because I desperately need this level of government to listen to their concerns, the ones they share with me every single day. I need you to listen because they keep coming to me to fix the problems that only this level of government can actually fix. You see, I'm the first person in Cobourg to ever be elected from the public straight to the mayor's office with zero public experience. I did it because I moved to this community just 7 years ago. And in the last 7 years, as I've built this business, I've watched our community drift into total chaos. I mean, I was happy just running my business. But our community is completely under siege, and so I needed to try and do something. So here I stand 18 months later as a first-time mayor, proud of the drastic and immediate changes that we have made in Cobourg and at the county level. I am proud of the work and attention our local community and county is getting both provincially and internationally for the work we're doing. But I need to get this level of government's attention. Because when I hear from my constituents. 99.5% of the issues they complain about day in and day out, their fears, their concerns, the things they want fixed, and they're asking me to fix, it's up to this level of government to address them. I mean, when is this government going to seriously look at bail reform? Why isn't this part of our Bill C-59? I mean, how many people need to be assaulted during their lunch breaks in my community in front of their children for just being in our community? How many more women need to feel attacked and threatened? How many times do the Cobourg Police Service need to arrest the same person for the same crimes before we actually are going to put them away to stop terrorizing our communities? Why is there nothing in this bill addressing the failed drug strategy that is destroying my community? When will this government listen to the thousands of seniors, women, and families in our communities, and those from across this country who tell us that they are afraid to come out of their homes due to the lawlessness, the erratic behavior, and the changing face of poverty and mental illness on our streets? Why isn't Bill C-59 creating more treatment options for our most vulnerable? I mean, let's really talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. Why is there nothing in this bill about doing something for our most vulnerable to improve their lives? Why are we focused on protecting the rights of encampments and yet fail to do anything to address the systemic issues in our continuum of care? Why is it following to us, the lowest tier of a government agency, to enact bylaws in our community to set standards of care for our most vulnerable? I mean, we would love this bill to start focusing on delivering the mental health services we desperately need in our community and not more dental health. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not cavities that are destroying my community. Why doesn't this bill address any of the three major concerns of our community? Now, I realize that I'm out of time, and I want to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I am here to advocate for our most vulnerable in our community who need all levels of government to work together. But most importantly, I'm here to speak on behalf of the silent majority in our community. The people who are tired of watching beautiful towns like Cobourg fall into chaos and disrepair. People who are tired of having the vocal minority in our communities influence the decisions of this government.
Thank you. You're going to have to...
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I hope I've got your attention. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to address this group of decision makers. It has been an honor and a pleasure, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. There will be a lot of opportunity for questions. And now we're going to get to the Canadian Counseling and Psychotherapy Association. And is it President-elect George Mariniga-Pasi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is George Mariniga-Pasi. I'm a registered counseling therapist in private practice in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. My practice is inspired and informed by the central issue of accessibility to quality mental health services for everyone seeking care. So to be here advocating for improved access through the removal of financial barrier of GST, HST on counseling therapy and psychotherapy services is the greatest honor of my career so far. I am before you today in my capacity as the President-elect of the Canadian Counseling and Psychotherapy Association to discuss a crucial topic that affects us all, mental health. Mental health is an essential aspect of our well-being, yet it is often overlooked or stigmatized, and in our case, taxed. The CCPA has long advocated for a solution that could make a significant difference in the lives of many, tax-free therapy. I represent the voices of close to 15,000 counselors, counseling therapists, and psychotherapists across the country. We're encouraged, indeed enthusiastic, that we've been invited to this discussion. It is a sign that we are aligned in our assessment of the importance of providing quality, accessible, and affordable mental health services to the people of Canada. We applaud the proposed exemption of counseling therapy and psychotherapy services from GST and HST as tabled by the Minister of Finance in the 2023 Fall Economic Statement and outlined in Bill C-59. We thank the many members of Parliament from all political parties who have supported this cause. I would like to expressly thank the member for Cumberland Colchester and the member for London Fanshawe for their private members' bills that called for this change. Counseling therapists and psychotherapists are qualified, competent, and available to meet Canada's skyrocketing mental health care needs. Yet the additional cost of GST, HST on their services is limiting their capacity to serve their communities and those seeking care. Our profession meets the threshold for tax exemptions in the Excise Tax Act, as it is regulated in 5 provinces. However, the profession is regulated under 2 different titles, a decision which falls under provincial jurisdiction. Counseling therapists and psychotherapists are the same in all but name. Take, for example, myself, I'm a registered counseling therapist in Nova Scotia, and my colleague here joining me today, Lindsay Thompson, who is also our Director for Public Affairs and a registered psychotherapist in Ontario. We, like all who hold these regulated titles, share a common scope of practice, abide by similar codes of ethics and standards of practice, have an equivalent training and education profile, and a commitment and obligation to ongoing education. In the absence of regulation of our profession throughout Canada, CCPA offers voluntary and non-statutory self-regulation of the profession via our Canadian Certified Counselor designation, which is a national certification program with similar requirements to the regulatory colleges. We were excited to learn from the Canada Revenue Agency's recent public notices that the proposed amendment may apply to providers in unregulated provinces with equivalent qualifications. This means that individuals seeking care in unregulated provinces will potentially benefit from the same tax exemption as those in regulated provinces, thereby contributing to consistency and equity in accessing services from coast to coast to coast. It is also our hope that this amendment will advance regulatory efforts in the unregulated provinces. Imagine a world where seeking therapy is not only encouraged, but financially accessible to all. By making counseling therapy and psychotherapy services tax-free, we can remove a significant barrier, especially for those with limited financial resources. This exemption could mean that your child, partner, or friend seeking mental health treatment on a bi-weekly basis will be able to access an additional 3 to 4 sessions a year, based on an average cost of $100 to $150 per session. In many clients' experience, an additional 4 sessions can significantly improve their ability to fully adopt and integrate positive changes in habits for improved well-being. Tax-free therapy is about investing in the well-being of our society. It's about acknowledging the importance of mental health and taking concrete steps to support those who are struggling. If the recent pandemic taught us anything, it is that Canadians do not have appropriate access to mental health care. We humbly urge members of this committee to support this bill, to take action to implement tax-free therapy, and to help see this proposal through to the finish line. We are almost there. And together we can create a more compassionate and mentally healthy society for all. Thank you for this opportunity. We look forward to answering any of the committee's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mariangapasi. We appreciate your remarks. And now we'll move to Dow Canada, and we have W. Scott Thurlow with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and through you, I'd like to extend my warmest regards to the other members of the committee. I am proud to speak to the committee about Dow Canada. Dow operates 2 manufacturing sites in Alberta, located in Fort Saskatchewan and Lacombe County, respectively. The Alberta sites convert natural gas feedstocks to ethane, ethylene, and finally polyethylene to be shipped to customers around the world. Our main product in Alberta, polyethylene, is sold to customers worldwide to make durable industrial goods, as well as packaging and consumer products. In Ontario, we have 2 manufacturing sites, one in Scarborough, West Hill, and one near Sarnia. These facilities produce emulsions and specialty plastic resins, respectively. On November the 29th, Dow's Board of Directors approved a final investment decision for the world's first net zero Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions ethylene and derivatives complex in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta. Economically speaking, this brownfield investment enables Dow to deliver 2 million metric tons per annum, effectively tripling our current production domestically. At its peak, we expect 7,000 new construction jobs will be created. Environmentally speaking, this investment will eliminate 1 million tons of CO2, even with our added growth. We will do this by converting hydrogen from cracker off-gas as a clean fuel while capturing and storing the remaining CO2. This investment paves the way for growth in Dow's entire packaging and specialty plastics portfolio. This first-mover advantage gives us the ability to lead in capturing and growing the demand for low-carbon solutions for Dow. And it puts Dow out in front in delivering the first world-scale, fully integrated site with net zero Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. Dow's investment will leverage approximately $3 billion Canadian of additional investment from third-party companies for circular hydrogen, CO2 capture, and other infrastructure assets critical to the project expansion. Dow's announced that Linde will be selected as the industrial gas partner for the supply of clean hydrogen and nitrogen for the site, and Fluor was selected for front-end engineering and design. Dow is partnering with Wolf Midstream, which will provide CO2 transportation along the Alberta trunk line. Last month, Dow's CEO Jim Furtling joined Premier Smith at the Sarah Conference in Houston to talk about this investment. He noted that reducing carbon emissions in an energy-intensive industry takes the right investments, the right policy, and the right partners. Our Fort Saskatchewan Path to Zero project will serve as a leading example that industrial decarbonization is not only possible, but can also be profitable when we work together. Fort Saskatchewan is strategic and advantaged because we have access to low-cost ethane. There is an existing rail and export infrastructure that will be expanded to support these new global sales. We have government support, including subsidies that are offsetting a portion of our cost of our investment, and it is also one of the few places in the world where existing infrastructure for carbon transportation and storage exists. This is a key reason why we have a first-mover advantage in low-carbon solutions. And certainty on the investment environment we are operating in is certainly a key essential advantage. As such, I am here today to offer Dow Canada's support for Bill C-59 and the carbon capture utilization storage tax credits that it creates. These were first announced in Budget 2021. It is high time that we have them adopted. Similar measures were introduced, debated, adopted, implemented, and deployed under the United States Inflation Reduction Act in less than 2 months. I would also give our hearty support for the creation of similar tax credit for the deployment of hydrogen technology. Similar to the CCUS tax credit, this was first mentioned in a previous budget. We are anxiously awaiting to see it in next week's Budget Implementation Act and associated with next week's budget. We urge Parliament to pass this bill expeditiously so that the certainty required to rely on these investment tax credits can be built directly into our investment models. These tax credits will help support the decarbonization of our operations in Fort Saskatchewan and our return to operation by 2030. I want to repeat a key point. These credits will lead to absolute emission reductions, and in order for Canada to meet our emission reduction goals, we need to see transformative investments like the one being made by our company. It is through advents in the chemistry sector that these deep emissions reductions will occur. I would welcome any questions that the committee may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Thurlow, and I'm sure they will have many questions for you. Now we're going to Option Consommateur, and I believe the time is going to be shared by Monsieur Castiblanco and Madame Levac. So, Monsieur Castiblanco, please.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present our comments today. My name is Carlos Castiblanco, an economist and analyst with Option Consommateur. I'm accompanied by my colleague, Sarah Levac, who's a lawyer. Created in 1983, Option Consommateur is a nonprofit association whose mission is to help consumers and defend their rights. Option Consommateur takes a keen interest in topics related to competition, housing, and consumer issues. We are therefore well positioned to present our comments on Bill C-59. Option Consommateur welcomes the bill, seeing it as a step forward in the protection of Canadian consumers. Our intervention will focus on 3 areas addressed in the bill: the adoption of the OECD tax recommendations, initiatives to stimulate access to housing, and measures to strengthen competition. I would remind you that we have produced a written brief detailing our position on the bill. First of all, Bill C-59 contemplates the adoption of certain recommendations from the OECD project to combat tax base erosion. One of these measures aims to restrict One of these measures aims to restrict unreasonable tax deduction for interest and other financing costs. However, this initiative, designed to prevent the transfer of profits by multinational companies, is too broadly formulated. It is likely to include Canadian companies in the energy sector, which could see their indebtedness increase with the investments required for the energy transition. This could have a negative effect on rates, potentially increasing the cost of financing new projects. For this reason, we are seeking an exemption for Canadian companies offering regulated public services from the measures relating to Section 18.1 of Bill C-59. With regard to access to housing, we support the elimination of the GST on new units built for rental purposes by housing cooperatives. We welcome the integration of housing policy within the Ministry of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, as well as so long as close collaboration is established that respects the competencies of other jurisdictions. This reflects the federal government's commitment to diversifying residential supply and piloting these initiatives. We again stress the need for careful coordination between the various levels of government. We also insist on the need for increased funding for programs related to the National Housing Strategy and their coordination by the Minister of Housing. I'll now turn the floor over to my colleague, Sarah-Ève Lévesque, for her comments on the proposed amendments to the Competition Act. Thank you. Finally, Bill C-59 proposes several amendments to the Competition Act. Among these amendments, it proposes some sort of right to repair by allowing the Competition Tribunal to compel a company to provide the means to diagnose or repair a product if such means can be readily provided. Option Consommateur doubts that these amendments are sufficiently robust to allow consumers to repair their defective appliances. Some devices require specialized tools or have components that are difficult to access. For example, the design of devices could exempt companies from these new obligations due to the difficulty of providing the means of diagnosis or repair. In our view, the requirement that the means of diagnosis or repair be readily available should be removed. The cost of repairs can also be very high. This prohibitive cost sometimes makes buying a new device more attractive than repairing it. The proposed amendments do not address this reality. In our submission, we also propose a number of additional measures. Notably, the Competition Tribunal should be able to award sums of money in private actions for deceptive marketing practices. The current amendments excludes this possibility, whereas they would allow it for private remedies based on other violations of the law. What's more, the provisions on greenwashing should be amended to encompass a company's general statements about its environmental impact. The bill prohibits only product-related claims. Thank you, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Now to members' questions. I am looking at the time, members and witnesses, and again, we did get backed up early this morning with some of our earlier panels. So what I'm going to do is we are just going to have one round, and I'm going to ask if each party will have approximately 7-ish minutes to ask questions. If you want to share some of your time, you're free to share some of your time amongst members. We are starting with MP Lawrence.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This was a great panel. And we've had a bunch of great panels, Mr. Chair, but this may be the best of them so far. I'll start with the Mayor Cleveland from the Agree, the great town of Cobourg. Just want to, of course, we've heard testimony over the last year and a half, 2 years in this Finance Committee about the challenges from housing to opioid abuse. To food bank usage being at over 2 million in Canadians. And I've seen it myself just being out in the community. If the folks who would ordinarily describe themselves as middle class are using the food banks. You already talked a little bit about that in your opening and was wondering if you might be willing to expand a little bit more on that.
First of all, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Lawrence. I understand why you're asking it. I'm sure the phone calls constantly to your constituency office are getting a little tiresome. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this this group. Yes, there's definitely an affordability crisis, and it's very much being felt in Cobourg. I speak from personal experience as a single father, as the mayor of a town of Cobourg, as a part owner in a grocery store. I can't live in Cobourg without a roommate, let alone afford a house in our community. I mean, where do you want to talk about affordability? Do you want to talk about infrastructure affordability and the downloading of infrastructure from this level of government to lower municipalities? I have a peer that was given to Cobourg in 2004 with a $400,000 check. At present, we're sitting at a $40 to $60 million renovation for our pier on 20,000 residents. Yet this level of government found the money to put a brand new Coast Guard station on the end of that pier, and it's about to fall into the water. So where do you want to talk about affordability? The constituents of Cobourg are using food banks. We are constantly being inundated by requests for more funding from a municipality of $30 million to fund our food banks because our middle class can't afford it. So I appreciate the question, Mr. Lawrence. I guess I'm curious as to what part of our affordability crisis are you interested in?
Maybe we'll just we'll start off with housing there. Could you elaborate what the average cost of, if you know, a house and what perhaps the vacancy rate is for rental in Cobourg there?
For sure. So as a business owner, one of our biggest problems is retaining staff because there are no available rentals within our community. A one-bedroom apartment in Cobourg currently rents for about $1,950. That's a one bedroom. In two bedrooms, you're at $2,500 plus. At present, our community has to bring in between 5 and 8 school buses worth of workers because we have such a booming industrial complex within our community. We have 0 square feet of industrial space. Our entire downtown is full of businesses like it hasn't been in 45 years, yet we don't have anywhere for workers to live in our community. I notice in Bill C-59 that there are a lot of initiatives being put forth. We know at the county level as a service provider that the way we work with the different levels of government matters. And I have a variety of recommendations that I will submit to this committee afterwards regarding how we can implement some of these changes in a more meaningful way that will help those service providers. But, Mr. Lawrence, the reality is when the mayor of the community he lives in, who owns a business, can't afford to live in that community, that's just the tip of an iceberg that clearly is a problem that we need to start addressing.
You also mentioned that you're the owner of a grocery store. Perhaps you could talk a little bit about the prices of food. And I also know that you also donate on a regular basis, I believe, some of the food to the more vulnerable as well, personally. And thank you for that. And maybe you could comment a little bit on the prices of food.
By all means, thank you for the opportunity. So we are in the grocery business. We are a fresh food producer. We're actually the first of its kind zero waste producer. So we have an eco-conscious business because we realized 8 years ago that this was what was going to happen with the cost of food. So we have a zero waste policy. And in that business, we are barely able to break even, but we are a small grocer in a downtown market, and the way we stay in business is through that zero waste policy. I speak to this because the cost of food in just the last 5 years from a wholesale perspective has literally tripled. So the cost to a business owner who's selling food has tripled. That goes across the line for all of the restaurants we supply. That goes for everyone. So yes, we are seeing the cost of food increase at such dramatic rates that the people in Cobourg can't even afford the quality of life that they had 5 years ago.
It's a sad story. I think maybe we'll finish up just with, of course, the Canada Water Agency was announced, and Cobourg Beach is an absolutely beautiful, a treasure. I think one of the prettiest places in all of Ontario. But it's in need of some repair. The pier is, and perhaps you could talk a little bit about that.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the final question, Mr. Lawrence. So this is a particular interest to me. I'm the regional chair of the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Initiative, an agency that is a international agency crossing both our Indigenous allies in Canada as well as the U.S. and Canadian municipalities. In the last year, we've grown from 80 individuals to that of, I believe, 256. We are unbelievably proud and excited about the creation of the Federal Water Agency and the funding that is going in that direction. But we need to start looking at our Great Lakes as the resources they are. They are an opportunity to protect our environment, they are an opportunity for economic growth, and they are an opportunity for true environmental stewardship. When the U.S. government is beating us to the punchline in environmental stewardship, I know it's time to actually make changes in our country. And the reality is that the Cobourg Beach is just one of thousands of community along our Great Lake coastlines that need help from this level of government in the form of dedicated infrastructure funding. So thank you.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, MP Lawrence. And now we're going to hear questions from MP Thompson.
Thank you, and welcome to all the witnesses, Mr. Thurlow. I'd like to start with you. Without a climate plan, there is no economic plan. And with that in mind, how does carbon pricing make the economics of your project work and become a revenue generator?
So thank you very much for the question. In 2021, when the project was first announced, the CEO of Dow made a very public declaration about how important it was to have a market-based carbon trading regime. And he used the opportunity actually to call on the United States to create a similar regime in the United States. An escalating price on carbon when you're a net zero facility obviously is another tangible asset which we can sell to make the business all the more profitable. In Alberta, there are going to be a lot of individual companies who have an obligation under whether it's the GHGPA or the Alberta tier system. These carbon credits have a value, and so as the price increases, that is more capital that can be generated to justify these very significant investments. I will point out that at this time, these investments don't exactly pencil, which means we are doing them because they are the right thing to do, but there is not that intrinsic value in the product that we can see return to our investors. So having the price as in the federal backstop is something that we can build directly into our economic model.
Thank you. And could you tell the committee why the company chose Canada, not the U.S.?
This is a very long and complicated discussion. We have made significant new investments in the United States as well. It is a very delicate negotiation. The government support that we receive is very important, and whether that's in the form of a tax credit or in the partnerships that we have with the City of Fort Saskatchewan, the province of Alberta, and the federal government, these are all part and parcel of it. But I will say that when, as a government, when you are looking to make investments, you're looking to see investments come to your jurisdiction, and you want to land a big fish, you need to use the right bait. And you don't go fishing for muskies with minnows. Okay, so these tax credits are going to be incredibly important for what is ultimately going to be a $13 to $14 billion total investment. And as I said before, at the peak of construction, 7,000 jobs. And those 7,000 jobs create income taxes back into the Federal Reserve.
Thank you. And it's interesting. I come from the East Coast, Newfoundland and Labrador, and the witness who is here from the Trades Council, referenced the number of projects across the country, and with my province, it's significant, and certainly the investment tax credit and the certainty around those tax credits is incredibly important right now. And I want to just link back to the significance of moving this bill forward and what that does for market stability and for businesses who are able to be confident that they can invest in Canada. Please.
Like Mr. Strickland before me, absolutely, the sooner that this bill passes, the easier it is for those investments to come to fore. We have made an investment, a final investment decision, but we're a long way from having our project back to operation. We want to have it back to operation by 2030. So as soon as this bill could pass, that would be great. The hydrogen tax credit that's going to be in the next one, we'd like to see that one pass as quickly as possible as well.
Any final words on what would you see as the promise, the economic promise of Canada going forward? And I'm saying that from someone from the East Coast, where I regularly speak about the opportunities for Newfoundland and Labrador in the climate crisis and moving forward in greener technologies and what this means for the province in terms of economic growth. So just in general across Canada, I mean, it's a difficult time. I know people are feeling quite uncertain, but at the same time, there is an economic opportunity I feel that's happening, but I would appreciate your thoughts.
So I don't want to create a Canadian heritage moment, but you're right. There is many opportunities in Canada. The advent of the new chemistries that are being developed and the solutions that are on the table, we can attract them to Canada. And if we don't have the right environment to attract those investments, we won't. It is that simple. And so I would tell you that the more of these investments that we can attract to Canada with a very strong regulatory environment, a strong status of laws, this is better not only for the Canadian economy, but for the global environment on the whole.
Thank you. And that's one final word. We need to get this bill passed. Thank you.
You still have a lot of time.
Well,
you know,
I think
MP
on that
Thompson.
note,
Okay.
it's been said, so thank you so much.
All right. Okay. So now we'll go to MP Sainte-Marie, please.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to welcome all of the witnesses. Once again, a very good panel, a very interesting one. My questions will be for Option Consommateur, but first of all, a comment for the Association of Counseling and Psychoeducation. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your providing us your suggestions as to how we can improve this bill. We will work on that. Thank you. For Option Consommateur, thank you for appearing, for your presentation, and for your brief, which was sent to us. This is very useful. I will begin with Ms. Levac. For everything pertaining to the improvements that you've suggested for the section that deals with the Competition Act, could you please explain once again why this is important to make these amendments that you are suggesting? Thank you. Yes, first of all, we talked about the right to repair, which we explained in our statement is that a lot of products are difficult to repair because you need specialized equipment, because the parts are difficult to obtain. So our fear is that we talk about diagnostic methods that are easily provided, and that will absolutely eliminate a lot of products. The reason why consumers have difficulties in having their devices repaired is because repairs cost a lot. Sometimes it is more advantageous to buy something new because the repair costs are so high. Also, it takes several months before you can get the part, whereas the bill as it's currently drafted doesn't deal with those issues for consumers. So perhaps we could talk about reasonable delays or reasonable prices for repairs. Also, we talked about private recourse. BSIL C-59 will make it easier for private actions. We feel this is positive. It will also enable people to ask for money for certain violations against the Act. For fraudulent statements, we feel that this needs to be looked at. As for greenwashing, when you're talking about false information about a product, well, these amendments pertain to general descriptions and how it's going to affect a product, which is, they talk about generalities. And this amendment would not apply, therefore. So we'd like to broaden the statements. And so that will be like the regulations that currently exist in Europe. And if I may, one final thing. The bill proposes new certification systems for environmental protection. So we have questions about that, particularly with respect to the reasons for cancellation. Right now, the grounds for cancellation don't really talk about the circumstances. For instance, if two companies decide to go ahead with a particular component that has an effect that's less dangerous for the environment. And if we were to show that there are negative impacts with that, that would be a circumstance where you could ask for a cancellation in the bill. Thank you very much. It's very clear and useful. Now, Mr. Castablanco, could you please explain? This afternoon, we're going to be hearing from Electricity Canada. They're going to talk about deductions. It's important to do more in our fight against the use of tax havens. We are pleased with what we see on this matter in C-59, but then there's the deduction of tax of interests. I would like to understand better why should the energy and electricity sector be excluded from this? What will C-59 prevent them from doing in their fight against climate change? Thank you for your question. The purpose of the bill, the problem lies with the multinational companies that deal with or use these tax havens. We fear that it could have an impact on other companies and because of the definition in the bill. We feel the definition is too broad, I'll put it that way. So small businesses have certain thresholds, and that would exclude most Canadian companies. But now we're going into in a big investment. We're really investing a lot in the energy sector. And in some provinces, there are companies that are regulated. Some are not, and this measure wouldn't apply to them. So we need to have greater asymmetry in the way that these measures are implemented, so that we're not unduly impacting on someone or a company, and in turn this will have an impact on the clients. So it's important to understand that the OECD has established certain carve-outs for this type of regulation, and I think with electrification, which is in the interest of the public, and so especially when it comes to climate change, and so it's very important, and that's the reason why we are asking for a carve-out for these types of companies. That's very clear. Thank you very much. I see that time is flying by, so we'll stop here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To our final questioner, MP Davies, and this will conclude after that our panel. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the witnesses, thank you all for being here and your excellent testimony. Mayor Cleveland, you've commented on the state of housing in your community, and I take it the upshot is that affordable housing is in short supply in the community you represent. Is that right?
Sorry, actually, no, that's not. In the last 12 to 14 months, we've seen the community of Cobourg grow its housing stock by 5.7%. We've actually seen the largest growth in Northumberland County of affordable housing, and I believe the 25 years that it's been recorded in just the last 18 months. Northumberland County is hitting above its weight. It's why I'm now here at this level of government, because we are doing everything we can do with the budgets we have. Northumberland County has a 2,000 square kilometer radius with only 80,000 residents in it, and those residents are demanding the same quality of services of our neighbors to Peterborough and in Ottawa, and yet we don't have the tax base.
A little unclear about your jurisdiction. You're the mayor of Cobourg?
Yes, sir.
So that's your jurisdiction.
And as the mayor of Cobourg, I'm elevated to the level of Northumberland County.
I see.
Northumberland County is made up of 7 mayors of surrounding towns.
Sort of in a regional jurisdiction, yeah. So in Cobourg itself, do you say there's a plentiful supply of affordable housing?
Well, is there ever really enough affordable housing, sir?
No. Well, I'm asking you, though.
No, sir. We are always in need of affordable housing.
And would you say that red tape or bureaucracy in your municipality is the main barrier to building affordable housing?
No, sir, I would not
Not
say.
yours.
Actually, I would say that the main barrier to building affordable housing is the interrelationship between the different levels of government. I would say that there is too many empire buildings and not enough collaboration between these different levels of government. When you look at, I mean, as a local councillor with very little political experience, I humbly suggest that we've done a lot of great work in Cobourg by focusing on our lane and only on our lane, and avoiding the work that belongs to the upper level of county. When I see this level of government getting involved in housing, much needed, I kind of ask myself, who thinks that adding government to industry is going to fix a problem?
Mm. Well, lots of people do. Maybe you don't, but lots of people do. I mean, it may not be the experience. I come from Vancouver, far different cry than Cobourg, because I'll tell you, there's a lot of lack of affordable housing in Vancouver, and we do need federal support there. But I'll turn my attention now to the Psychotherapy Association. Now, in May 2022, and good to see you again, in your written submission to the Standing Committee on Health, the Canadian Counselling and Psychotherapy Association said the following: the profession of counseling therapy, psychotherapy meets the threshold for tax exemption in the Excise Tax Act because it is regulated in 5 provinces. However, because the profession does not regulate the same title in all 5 provinces, the Department of Finance does not accept that counseling therapists and psychotherapists are the same profession and meet the minimum threshold of regulation in 5 provinces. I'm trying to understand what we're doing in Bill C-59. Am I correct that this bill would correct that problem and then eliminate the GST-HST in all provinces, whether they're regulated the same way or not? Do I have that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Appreciate that. Good to see you as well. I would say that is part of the issue. Absolutely. The bill for our piece, the current private members bill, C-323, which is leading into C-59, what we're looking at is a tax exemption for counseling and psychotherapy services. But I could chat your ear off for an hour about more systemic of looking at ensuring that the 2 different professions are seen as one and the same and not dealt with separately. For example, the CRA recently released the proposed amendments, and it had one document for counseling therapy and it had a separate document for psychotherapy, which to us indicates that there's still some work for us to do in terms of bridging that gap of knowledge across all levels of public and the government as well. Thank you.
Okay. Can you tell us, I don't know if you know, which provinces currently regulate the profession of counseling therapy and psychotherapy?
Currently, Nova Scotia does, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and also Quebec as well, and Ontario.
Thanks. Now, what about the types of counseling therapies? Will all types of counseling therapy services be GST, HST exempt under this provision, according to understanding?
Realize I didn't turn that on earlier. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, so that's the aim, right? So we're looking at inclusion, right? So regardless of what title we're using, we want to be inclusive of all professionals who practice the act of counseling therapy and psychotherapy, whether that's in a regulated province or an unregulated province, which is actually a very big piece of work that the CCPA does with the Canadian Certified Counselor designation as a placeholder until those other provinces seek regulation, which CCPA has a very active role in the individual provinces who are still on their way.
So humanize this for us.
Yes.
This bill passes, GST, HST is taken off counseling and psychotherapy services. What is the impact that has in the real world on the people you see?
Thank you. It's just sitting here, we're talking about food security, and a lot of times, it might not seem like a lot, but that extra $15, $20, or $30 that GST puts on services might actually lead to somebody making a decision to deprioritize their mental health so they can feed their families. And for a lot of people, even if you have third-party coverage, ordinarily you'd have to pay up front and then be reimbursed by whatever your service is. So this removes that huge number up front, which for a lot of people is a huge barrier that they mental health usually suffers because other things are of priority for most Canadians. So this is very exciting for us to be able to remove that so that physical, mental health, anything, just going to seek services is equal or right across.
How am I doing for time, Mr. Chair?
You got time for one more question if you'd like, if this will conclude then this panel.
I'll just get a quick one in then. Just about capacity, I mean, we've heard there's a shortage of mental health professionals. Do we have sufficient counseling therapists and psychotherapists to meet the current unmet needs for mental health services across Canada?
Currently, we don't. And this is even with the way things are right now, and with the barriers that are making things even more difficult. We're in danger of getting far and far. So the CCPA stands ready with over, like I said, almost 15,000 members that could make a significant dent and increase access for all Canadians. And of course, that means a healthy country for all of us.
Great place to end. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, MP Davies. And I want to thank this excellent, diverse panel that we have before us. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the many questions that you answered. And wish you the best with the rest of the day. At this time, members, we are adjourned, and we'll be back here at 3:30. Not in this room. We're going to be in room 025. Yes. Yeah. Okay, 025. And I think that was it, right, Clerk? We're good. We're good. What did you